Well, good afternoon, everybody. Possibly good morning, depending on where you're joining us from. This is Ron Wheeler. I am going to be the host. I am going to be the presenter today for the Options Paycheck, the breakthrough system to generate safe monthly income in any market. Woo! Said that all in one breath. That was pretty good. I want to welcome you all again. I'm starting the class just a couple minutes early. I'm not starting the formal presentation or anything, so don't worry about that. I just like to always open the room just a couple minutes early to talk about some things that in the background, if you have any questions, just to make sure that the audio is working correctly and all that kind of beautiful stuff. One thing I do want to do, I do want to talk about interacting with me during this class. And then welcome to everybody I see. I see Donald and Alan and Randy and Dale and Bruce and Robert and Ramek. Welcome, Ramek. There's a familiar face. Welcome to you. Elaine, welcome as well. Most of you and some of you are already interacting with me during the class. For those of you that are joining us in GoToMeeting, if you've never used this before, all you have to do is you got to find your little GoToMeeting control panel. And if you see it over on the right, it just looks like a little thing with audio and questions. You just type in a question down there for us and hit send, and I'll see it. So Dave and Javid and Suresh, I see all you. Dale as well. Good. That means my audio is working. Linda, welcome from Calgary. Welcome to you. And Toronto, a lot of Canadian folks already. Welcome to you guys. We love our Canadian clients. We have lots of those folks. Now, for those of you that may not see that GoToMeeting control panel, there is a little orange button up here that you might have to press, and that opens it up. Now, a couple real quick things. You are going to say your microphone is muted because you can't talk to me in the microphone because it just makes it really, really hard. So if you want to communicate, there's nothing wrong with saying that you're muted. That has nothing to do with the text, just to do with the talking. So all you have to do to send questions to me or one of my colleagues, just type a question there, hit send, and we'll see it. So, yep. Gayton, I see you as well. Welcome, Jerry, David, Randy, and Marco. Oh, from Denmark. Welcome. All right. Now, again, I always say I like to start the class just a couple minutes early to get that first part of it underway. I'm actually curious. I see a lot of you guys. Charles from Louisville. George, welcome to you as well. I'm kind of curious. Where are you guys from? We got another minute or two before the class starts. I'm just kind of curious to where I'm broadcasting to. I'll start. I'm actually from Ohio, northeastern Ohio. Not many people, some people know, VectorVest has two offices. We have an office in Ohio, and we have an office in Charlotte, North Carolina, outside of Charlotte. I work in the Ohio office. I've been a VectorVest employee now for about 5 years. A couple of you guys, Columbus, Steve, I see you. Bruce, originally from Akron. Excellent. That's where I'm at right now, just outside of Akron in Fairlawn. Phil, Wilmington. There's a lot flying in, so I'm not going to be able to read them all. Dennis from Charlotte. Euclid. Nice. Greg, welcome. Belgium, Montreal. Victor, welcome from Seattle. I know I'm not going to be able to talk to everything. Dan, welcome. Dan and Owen from Mississauga. I like Mississauga. I spent a lot of time there doing classes and teaching all kinds of trading stuff. Sacramento, welcome, George. Andre from New York City. Stay safe out there, Andre. I know that New York is a tough area right now with all this corona stuff, so stay safe, my friend. Lynette, Rhode Island, welcome. Gabe from Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale is another one of my favorite cities. I love Fort Lauderdale. Steve, Columbus, and then Cameron, Columbus as well. Eugene, Missouri. Ernesto from Dominican Republic, welcome. Toronto. Little Rock, Arkansas. Tim, welcome. Like I said, I was just kind of curious. That's one of the nice things about doing webinars is it reaches so many places. You know, back in the early days, and I've been doing this now for over 23 years, you know, I had to travel to all kinds of different cities, fly a couple 100,000 miles a year. Now it's just so much easier. Welcome. Yogs from London. Eric, Atlanta. Burlington, Ontario. David, welcome. Calgary. Smooth Rock Falls, Ontario. Andrew, Columbus, originally from Warren. I know where that's at. William, Hong Kong. All right, I'll tell you what. Thank you guys for chiming in there. And one of the reasons I like to do that is I also want to make sure you're participating and kind of getting used to that chat. So let's do this. It's 12:01. Let's start formally because I got a lot of information to cover today, and I do want to make sure that we get all of it out there. I want to officially get this thing started. Today's webinar is called The Options Paycheck. And in today's webinar, I'm going to be showing you kind of the breakthrough system that we developed here at VectorVest to help you generate safe monthly income in any type of market. And the information I'm going to share with you has really changed my life, and I've seen it change the lives of so many people. So I hope you're excited about it as well. In fact, I have a promise for you guys today. And my promise is going to be simply this. The promise I can make to you is, in this webinar, you will begin seeing how you can make that paycheck that averages over $3,000 per month. Now, again, keep in mind, you can do it in any type of market direction. You can do it with prior to little no experience. You can do it safer than simply buying stocks or even selling stocks. You can do it even if you're wrong. That's the beauty. So the information that you learn today can allow you to have a much, much more worry-free retirement. And, you think about it right now with the coronavirus and all this kind of stuff and unemployment, it'll help you generate at least another income source, which is so important. For those of you that are retired, another income stream that goes along with pensions, Social Security, IRAs, everything that you need to maintain a good balanced lifestyle of good income. So I'm going to give you an example. Here's Costco. Now, this is an example from a while back, but I'm going to have examples all throughout from different trades that we've done, even through the market sell-off from the coronavirus deal. Costco at the time had a very good-looking chart. Price was rising with rising earnings, things that we like to see in a good bullish development. Everything looked good. If you simply went out there and bought 100 shares of Costco, the stock actually stalled. It didn't really go anywhere. In fact, it went down for a while. But eventually, in about 2 weeks, the market just kind of settled down, only went up about 1.4%. Now, the beauty with our options paycheck system, you don't have to be exactly right on direction. Had you placed a simple paycheck trade, a 1.4% stock move resulted in a 16% gain in 12 calendar days, not trading days, 12 calendar days. Okay? That's the typical type of movement that we see. Okay? And that's like Frank here. Frank learned the paycheck system that I'm going to be showing you today, and he posted in our private Facebook group that he actually made the $955 out of that trade. Now imagine having several of these trades each month. Will there be losing trades? Absolutely. But with the paycheck system, we can average historically over 70% winning trades, and that is what results in a consistent net income. Now, that's all well and good, but what about the coronavirus collapse, right? If you guys have been following the market, which I'm sure all of you have that are here today, you know the market dropped 36% in about a month. If you had a $100,000 portfolio and you did nothing, you would have seen a pullback of $36,000. Now, you might be wondering, how did the safe income system perform then? How did it actually work? Well, here's an example. This is a trade that I took. It was actually on a stock, and I'll kind of explain some of the details in a couple minutes. This was an $1,100 gain in 4 days. When the market topped, we shift our bias because we look at market direction and we start doing bearish trades. Now, one of the beauties of a fast-moving directional market like this is sometimes you don't even have to wait a long time to make money. This was a trade here as the market continued to fall. We made $900 in only 21 minutes. Now, this is not a day trading course, and this is not a day trading idea. But when the market moves fast, you will be surprised on how quickly the profits can come. Another 1,230 as the market continued down in only 4.5 hours. Okay? Now, again, I don't want you to think that these trades are going to last 4 hours and 20 minutes or $400 in 3 minutes. $760 in 48 minutes, $900 in 21 minutes. People ask, what happens during sell-offs like the coronavirus caused? That means if you have direction right, which you should, as long as you're using good market guidance like VectorVest, you are going to make money much, much faster. We're still trading income-based. We're still trading with a lot of probability, but we're making money very, very quick. $770 in only 2 days. These are the types of trades that we were doing during that big market collapse. And again, these are actual trades that we did in what I have my coaching group. These are trades that we did with our clients. $6,000 during that nice little rundown right there. Okay? That was a total of a $6,000 profit during a time period where the average investor might have lost 36 grand. I'm going to show you how to do that. So again, when I say regardless of market direction, I'm not kidding. Now, I don't want you to, again, I want you to go back there. I don't want you to think that, oh my God, 21 minutes, I'm never going to be, it's not day trading. But it's one of those times where if the market moves fast, guess what? You don't have to wait for 14 calendar days. You don't have to wait for 3 calendar days. It comes quick. And it comes quick because you're prepared. Okay? All right. Now, if learning how to do that sounds good to you, now's a great time to turn off your distractions. Close your door, turn off your cell phone, close down other windows on your computer. Don't multitask. You might miss something important. You want to stay focused and give this all of your attention because you're going to be learning something that can make a huge positive impact really on the rest of your life. Now, this is me. I'm Ron Wheeler. I'm the options income coach here at VectorVest. I've been trading now for 23 years. There's my face for radio, sorry. When I first started trading for the first couple of years, I had a rough go of it. In fact, my first 2 trading accounts were complete losses. And the reason why I was losing, it was because I was trading in a way that required me to be right to make money. If I bought something, that had to go up for me to be profitable. If I sold it, it had to go down. If I wasn't right, I would lose money. Now, eventually I figured out how to trade, and eventually I did pretty well as a short-term trader for years and years and years. But a big aha moment came to me when one of our clients, who happened to be a hedge fund manager, came to visit our office. He showed me the secrets to how what he liked to call the big guys, and he's a hedge fund guy, trade and make money. Long story short, he showed me the inside secret to using options in a way that even if I was wrong with my analysis, I could still make money. Now think of the pressure that takes off you. You don't even have to be right to make money. That is what income trading is all about. So here's what we're going to cover today. We're going to cover how to win even if you're wrong. You're going to see the real problem that's been holding you back from winning from a lot more than you lose. Now, I'm also going to teach you how to trade with a very little risk. You're going to learn how to avoid the big mistake that most people make and what you need to do so you can place low-risk trades. In fact, the risk will be much lower than if you simply just bought and sold stocks. I'm going to show you the beginnings of a bulletproof system that you can use in as little as 15 minutes a day, and I'm serious about this. This is how my clients and I use and trade to get a minimum of that 3% goal per month. I like to average 3% per month in over a course of a year. And it really can take you as little as 15 minutes a day. Now, over the last 10 years, I fine-tuned the options paycheck system. This is something I started doing, over a decade ago. I started teaching it here at VectorVest about 4 years ago, and I've been fine-tuning it based on the clients that come in and their needs and things. But today's webinar is really built on results, not just my results, because listen, I've been trading for 23 years. I like to think I'm pretty good at this by now. But I like to base my results on people that actually took the course and that actually worked with me. So I'm going to show you the system that I taught them and what they've done to get the results that they've gotten. So if that sounds okay to you, do me a favor. Type a yes into the chat window, and I just want to make sure that you're all following. We're looking pretty good. All right, good deal. I see all those yeses flying in there right now. All right, and one thing I do want to make mention, if you do have questions, I've got my colleagues with me today as well, and we'll have a formal Q&A at the end. All right, so let's do this. Why is this important? Without an income system, you might be watching your savings get depleted faster than you can fill it. If things don't improve, you may fear you'll have to give up on investing and go back to work. Worst case scenario, you'll run out of money during retirement or your standard of living will drop and you can't live the lifestyle you want. But when you start using the right income system, you're going to have a consistent source of income that you can tap into whenever you want to. That allows you to do the things that you want to do when you retire. Or right now, as you're still working like I am, it allows you to be comfortable, sleeping at night knowing you have consistent income no matter what this economy throws against you. That's why today's webinar is really important. Now, I want to go right into it. I want to transition. Let's get started. I want to start first by looking at how to win even if you're wrong. Now, by doing this, you can ensure that between 70 to 90% of your trades are successful winners. So what's holding you back? What's been holding you back? What's preventing you from doing this already? Well, one of the things I'm going to show you today, I'm not going to show you a super secret indicator. I'm going to show you how to build a trade that has this predictability. This is an example of a typical trade that you've been taught to make. You find a good stock, and it doesn't matter what the stock is, you think it'll go up, so you either buy, let's say 100 shares, or if you're an option trader, you buy a call. Why do you buy a call? Well, that's option trading 101. That's what you learn when you start trading options. It's what you were taught to do. If I think a stock will go up, I buy a call, which gives me the right to buy the stock. It's basically the proxy for being long the stock. But what ultimately ends up happening a lot of times, and I'm going to put my laser pointer on a little point of the screen, that's where you go and buy the stock or buy the call. Well, sometimes what happens is the stock doesn't go anywhere. It just goes sideways. That call that you bought ends up expiring worthless. Has that ever happened to you? Yes? Well, what's the problem causing you to lose? And by the way, it's happened to me too when I first started trading options. So we're all in this together. Okay? What's the problem that's causing you really to lose here? Most feel that the problem is they picked maybe the wrong stock. Maybe if you're an options trader, you picked the wrong strike price, maybe the wrong expiration. Well, here's the real problem. If you've been losing money or had more losers than winners with other systems, it's not really your fault. That's because most of the systems on the planet teach you to be on the wrong side of the trade. You're simply taught to buy an option. But as a buyer, the probabilities are simply not on your side. And for most people, they end up buying and losing, buying and losing, buying and losing. And those losses, even though they might be small, they really start to add up. It's like a boxer who gets repeatedly hit by a jab. Even though he's not getting knocked out by the big massive roundhouse or uppercut, those little jabs over time knock him out. They wean down his defenses. They wear him down. Your portfolio in this case basically suffers a death by 1,000 paper cuts. It slowly bleeds until all the cash is gone. So what's the answer here? Well, the answer is simple. Our option paycheck system teaches you a new way of thinking. You need to be a seller and not a buyer. That's how you get ahead of everybody else. That's how you can put probability on your side. That's how you can win even if you're wrong. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a closer look at being an option seller. So the first thing I want to introduce, as a buyer, a typical trade gives you, let's say, a 50-50 chance to be a winner, right? Now, I'm not talking about technical analysis and indicators and all that kind of stuff. I'm just talking about statistics, right? You buy something, there's a 50% chance it can go up, there's a 50% chance it can go down. Because when you buy, the only way you make money, remember, is if the stock moves in your direction. The buyer's mentality is, I hope the stock will go up from here. Now, instead of having that buyer's mentality, I want you to shift your mindset into what I call the seller's mentality. Instead of hoping that a stock goes up, as a seller, you're going to strategically set up your trade using probability. Probability will tell you where the stock is not likely to go. So instead of needing the stock to go in your direction, you can pick a price which basically says, hey, as long as this bullish stock doesn't go down to here, I can make money. So think about that, right? You have a stock that's trading at 203. I can pick a point in price and say, okay, 195. As long as the stock stays above 195 now, I can make money. If you would have bought the stock and it goes to 195, you lose. If you bought a call and it goes to 195, you lose. If you sell at 195 and the stock goes down to 195, you can still win. This is all about probability, okay? All about probability. Think about that. You can pick a price down here, and as long as the stock stays above it, you can make money. If the stock goes up, you make money. If the stock goes sideways, you've made money. The stock can even go down, and you can still make money. The probability is in your favor right from the beginning of the trade. No more coin flip 50-50. Now, you can even increase your probability by choosing a lower strike price. By the way, one of the biggest benefits that we have seen from this increased volatility of the market sell-off is that option premium is really, really high right now. When premium gets as high as it is right now, you can sell options that have a ton of probability. 25%, 30%, 15%, 20%. It's been a very exciting time to be an option seller right now because of all those premiums. The volatility hasn't been this high in like 30 some years, okay? So you can only do this stuff as an option seller. We do a lot of trades, by the way, that start off with a 70% chance of success. As a seller, you're putting the probability of success in your favor, and that's what I call an income trade. An income trade, simply put, is one where you can make money even if you're wrong on direction. If you go into the trade knowing statistically that you have a 70% chance or better of success. That, my friends, is an income trade. Not buying a call, not buying 100 shares of stock. A trade that you set up that is statistically probable of being 70% in your favor. That's an income trade. That's what we're going to talk about. Now, let's dig deeper. I want to dive deeper on 3 mistakes that option buyers make, and then what I'm going to show you how to do is benefit from them as a seller. One of the biggest mistakes is that buyers of options choose very, very unrealistic strikes. They choose strikes that are so far away, the stock has absolutely no chance of hitting it. Let me explain this. Here's a stock, and it doesn't matter what the stock is. Let's say you're bullish, right? A mistake that a lot of option buyers make is they buy calls with strike prices way, way, way higher than the current stock price. They buy options there, even if the stock has a little chance of hitting it, because they're very, very cheap, right? You've got a stock that's trading at $216. You're buying an option at $230, which gives you the right to buy the stock at $230. The stock has to move up $15 a share before you would make good money on that position. That, to me, is a lottery ticket. Most buyers treat options like lottery tickets because, hey, I'm only risking $50 or $100 or $20 or whatever. Most of the time they lose. Listen, I like playing the lottery occasionally. I'll play Powerball and Mega Millions. I'll throw $5 at it occasionally, right? But I know that my chances of winning are very, very remote. It's not worth it. I always joke with my wife. I put my IRA into good growth stocks, dividends, right? I don't put 4% or 7% of my income into the Powerball, because that's lottery mentality. Now, since there will always be buyers out there. Now, listen, people that buy out there may have good strategic reasons for doing it. It doesn't really make a difference. But people out there are buying those options. We are going to be the one who sells it to them. Okay? Because when we sell them that option, it has a very low probability of this stock going to $230 a share. And since it has a low probability of getting hit, that means that you, the seller, have a high probability of winning. Now, the same goes for puts, right? If people are bullish on the stock, maybe they're trying to protect, maybe they think the stock's going to go down, there's people out there buying puts way below the market. A put, remember, gives the buyer the right to sell the stock. Well, the stock's at $217. They go out and buy these $200 puts. Listen, the chance of the market getting down to 200 is very, very remote. They buy those puts down there for that same lottery mentality, or let's say they own the stock and they want to buy cheap insurance. Awesome. It's a win-win for both of you, right? If they lose, the stock goes up, their insurance expired worthless. They're making money. You sold them the put. Guess what? You made money too. It's a win-win for all of us. Since there will always be buyers out there who will buy these options, you might as well be the one that sells it to them. Okay? It doesn't matter ultimately why they're buying the puts there or why they're buying the calls. The fact is, there's always buyers out there. And since the buyers will always be out there, we are going to be the one that facilitates that by selling them those options. Selling them those options is what gives you that 60 to 90% probability of success from the very start of the trade. Now, mistake number 2. The second mistake that buyers make is choosing an expiration date that's too close to the current date. It's like going to the grocery store and seeing a piece of steak on the discount rack. It's cheap, but unless you cook it before it expires that night or the next day, you're going to have to throw it away. So what's the big deal about saving money if you have to throw it away anyway? The same is true for options. Options also have an expiration date. This is what happens to the price of an option in relation to the days until expiration. Notice over 180 days, okay, the stocks or the options value lowers and lowers and lowers as you get closer and closer to expiration, okay? Now, another thing I want you to notice is from here to about here, that was 135 days. In 135 days, the option lost over 50% of its value. In that last 45 days, the option loses the remaining 50%. This right here is a very accelerated area where the option decays in price. Okay? Now, what happens is a lot of option buyers, they target buying options down here. And they do it mainly because it's inexpensive. It's that lottery mentality again. I can control 100 shares of Amazon for only $300. Yeah, but it's not going to work for you. It's going to expire worthless, and the time decay is going to get you. Okay? What we are going to do, we are going to show those options, and we are going to identify those in the final 45 days to expiration. We are going to sell them there. That's where we're going to sell them. We want to put this time decay of the option in our corner, our side. So we're going to identify options that are less than 45 days to expiration to be selling them. So I'm kind of giving you behind the scenes here a look into how I do this. I sell options that have a 60% better chance of expiring worthless. I sell options in the final 45 days of their life. You already know two of the ideas here. Okay? So I want you guys to take a look at the graph of Home Depot. All right? Most buyers, they choose expiration dates that maybe they're, and again, see where this line is right here? I'm assuming that maybe you're going long the stock right here. So you go out there and you buy a call. Maybe you buy a call that expires in 3 weeks. Maybe you buy a call that expires in a month and a half, right? But as an option buyer, what happens is as that stock goes sideways, that time decay is eating into the premium of the option that you bought. So if you bought an option here for, let's say, $10, the stock's going sideways, that option maybe right here is only worth $8 now because of time decay if you bought it out here. Now over here, it's going to expire worthless because the option lost all of its value. Notice how the option value drops just because it's getting closer to expiration. As an option buyer, this works against you. As the option seller, we're going to let this work in our favor. Because remember, there's always going to be people out there buying options that have expiration dates too close. We are going to be the one that sells it to them. Let them be the gambler. We're going to be the casino. In the end, we win. Now, the third mistake that buyers make is they pay too much. They buy what's called overpriced options. And let me show you what I'm talking about. And by the way, right now, options are pretty darn overpriced. This is not the time, pro tip here, to be buying options. Options right now with the volatility so high, bad time to be an option buyer. Excellent time to be an option seller, however. Okay? Here's two stocks. But we both have the same price, right? Anacor on the left at $76.24. The other one, Treehouse, at $76.36. All right? They're both about the same price. Now, even though the stocks have the same price, all right, they have very different option prices. Buying a call on Anacor is $9 or $900. Buying a call on Treehouse Foods is $180 or $180. Why do they have different option prices? Well, the option on the left had very, very high volatility, leading to that option being what we call overpriced. Now, buyers who buy those options are simply paying too much. Now, this is not an example of, well, Ron, I have a lot of money, so I really don't care how much I have to pay, right? Cost is irrelevant to me. I got a lot of money. It does matter to you. You can't buy overpriced options. Here's what happens. Let's say that Treehouse Foods over the next month and a half went up $8 a share. If you bought 100 shares of Treehouse and 100 shares of Anacor, you just made $800 in profits. If you would have bought the option, let's say we bought the $75 call on Anacor Pharmaceuticals and we bought that same option for $180 on Treehouse. This is what the trade actually would have done. Over on Anacor, you'd have actually lost money. The stock went up $8 and you would have lost money on that option. Over on the right, you would have made close to $720. That is what overpriced options can hurt you with as a buyer. Okay? Why did he lose? He lost on Anacor because he simply paid too much for the option. It had very, very high volatility. And again, pro tip, this kind of stuff is happening right now. You got to be very careful being an option buyer. What we want to do is we want to be a seller. Now, one thing I want to talk about real quick, because you might be thinking, well, Ron, if option volatility is high right now, it works great, but what about when option volatility starts dropping off and it goes back to lower? No, it still works well because there are going to be stocks to stock that always have high volatility that we're going to seek out. Right now, it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel with option premium. When it returns to normal, well, we're still going to be like shooting fish in a barrel. We just won't be able to do it on every single stock, right? Okay. So as an option seller, you can be wrong on direction and still make money. We're stacking probabilities what we're doing, all right? So let me ask you guys a question. I want to see a response in the chat box. Be simple. Have you ever made any of those buyers' mistakes? Give me a yes or no in the chat. I'll start. Yes. I didn't get to this point by waking up one day and just being a great option trader. I had to lose too. So I've been there as well. Don't worry. Yeah, I see lots of yeses. Bruce, Robert, Bob, Scott, Linda, Chad. I'm not going to be able to say all the names, but Victor, Tom, Steve, Michael. I'm with you guys. I've been there as well before, okay? I hear you. And of course, some of you guys saying you haven't traded options yet. Well, that's good. Those of you that haven't traded options yet, I love it because I'm getting you right now so you don't have to make those same mistakes I did. It's not your fault. You were simply taught a broken system. That's the bottom line. All right? Now, one gentleman I worked with, his name is Mike. He went from losing consistently and basically giving up to where he made over 12 grand in 4 months selling options using this paycheck method. Let me tell you a little bit more about Mike. He was someone who dabbled with options but lost on each trade. Have you guys ever been there? Can you imagine how frustrating that must be to lose on each trade? Eventually, he just gave it up. Well, Mike's an engineer. Engineers never give up. They just need to study harder. I've learned that from engineers over the course of my career. He eventually came back to it. He learned more about options, but he said he never really felt comfortable to know what he was doing. He said he didn't have any set criteria. Yes, he knows he should do this. Yes, he knows he should sell this, but there's no set criteria. So we worked together with the options paycheck, and I showed him the system of becoming an option seller. And he said he became like an income machine. After he learned the system, he said he immediately went out and he had 17 out of 19 winning trades with a profit of over $12,000 in 4 months. He even sent me a spreadsheet of what he did. And that's important because I want you to see this. Here's the number of winners compared to losers, right? Look at your profit column. Lots and lots and lots of winners. Look at your losses. Not very many losses, right? And again, the wins and losses are not because he's an awesome technical analyst or super at analysis. It's because he's setting the trades up to win. That's typical. Now, I know in the beginning of the class I showed you can make $900 in 21 minutes. That's not typical. That's just during a fast market condition. What you're seeing right here is more typical. Work days to close the trade, 7 days, 5 days, 10 days, 10 days, 11, 13, 6, 4. The average trade is about 7 to 11 calendar days. Yes, they can happen fast in a quick market. We all know that. But typically it's 7 to 11 days. Okay? Another thing I want you to notice, because you're not taking in huge, huge, huge risks. His biggest loss was $2,200. But that's on an index where his average gain is about $1,200. Okay? Basically, one bad trade takes 2 winners to overcome. Not one bad trade takes 30 winners to overcome. Look at his bad stock trade right here, 766. Well, he made about 400 and about 550 on this one. It takes about 1.5 or 1 winning stock trade to pay for a loser. So I don't want you guys to think that you're getting into a trade where, okay, this sounds great, Ron, but if I have a losing trade, it's going to wipe out all my gains. Not if you do it right. Okay? In fact, our most basic system, which just trades the S&P 500, has averaged over the last decade 85% winning. You're placing trades that have a high percentage of winning. So again, I want you to think about it like this. Instead of being the gambler who loses money, I want you to be the casino where the odds are stacked in your favor basically on every single trade. That's the idea here. Okay? So let me ask you guys a question. Just looking at Mike's results, looking at the ideas of what you've seen so far, do you see how being an option seller can really increase your probability here to win? Just from a 30,000-foot view. Let me know in the chat box. I'm kind of curious to see if you guys are starting to see the concept here. Okay? All right, cool. Yes, yes. Not sure. That's okay. We'll get there. Anita makes sense. Dale, awesome. Excellent. Absolutely, Bruce. Always bet with the house, Jesse. I like that. Undecided. We'll get you there. Don't worry, Ty. Absolutely, Jim. All right, good deal. Nico, Robert, and Steve. Excellent. All right, so here's what we got to do. You got to make a strategic shift. And I talked about it before, but you got to make it now. You're either going to continue to be the gambler where you lose more than you win, or you're going to be an option seller and win more than you lose. Being an options seller is the way that you generate that consistent income. It allows you to make money even when your analysis is incorrect. And the options paycheck system is built around this. It's built around being an option seller. So what we need to do next is, now that you know that you want to be that option seller, I need to teach you how to trade with very little risk. When a lot of people hear the word options, and especially the term selling options, they think it's extremely risky. Using the options paycheck system, though, it becomes a low-risk strategy, which is why it's really one of our core strategies we teach to retirees. Retirees shouldn't be doing high-risk trades, should they? No, you should be doing low-risk. But this is a core strategy that we teach to our retirees as an income approach. And why is reducing risk so important? I kind of gave you an idea of this earlier. Most people who don't use the paycheck system, they aren't preserving their capital. I can't tell you how many people have come to me and said, Ron, I've tried option selling before, but I had a streak of 10 winners and then one bad trade came in and wiped out all my gains. You're doing it wrong. Your system has failed you. And when that happens, it becomes really hard to recover your losses. Those losses take a long time to recover. It's like, crawling uphill. You've got to have a built-in protection plan. With the right system in place, you'll have a built-in protection plan, and you will know risk before you even open the trade. That is the beauty. That's going to help you preserve and grow your capital, because that's the ultimate goal. That is the priority goal for anybody that gets into trading, investing, whatever. Confidently set up your trades, select your stocks to avoid risk. Now, let me introduce you some keys here. I'm going to give you 4 keys to reducing risk in your income trades. Now remember, the system that you ultimately use is going to determine how you reduce risk. Now, one thing I want to make sure you know we're on. This is done before you even open the trade. There's no surprises here. Not like, well, I thought I was going to lose 1,000, but now I lost 20,000. Risk is known up front. Okay? Second, you're putting probability in your corner. Okay? How do we do this? Number 1, we choose stocks that are low risk. Listen, I know that like last year, marijuana stocks were a big rage and some of the up-and-coming biotechs, right? Those are good for speculation. They are not good for income. We use good, low-risk stocks. We have a very specific criteria for picking good stocks. Think blue chips, things like that. We're going to choose stocks that are low risk. Second, we're going to put probability on our side by being the option seller. Things like the right strike that has a better than 60% chance of success, by the right expiration to put time decay in our corner. We're going to focus on selling overpriced options. If you do that, you're going to increase premium, and that even reduces your risk farther down. Now, the last one is critical. We are not going to be selling what's called a naked option. We are going to sell them with protection. Now, the key point, like I said, prior to even getting into the trade, you're making sure your risk is low. The downside is handled before you get into the trade. Now, look, I know it sounds like it's going to take a lot of work, but seriously, it doesn't. And we even have an SPX system, an S&P 500 index system, that takes very little time. It takes our new traders who are just learning this really no more than 15 minutes a day. So let me show you how it works. The options paycheck system, it makes sure that you reduce your risk even before you open the trade. Again, we talked about this. First, we choose stocks that are low risk. We have a very specific criteria, but in general, if we're bullish, we focus on good stocks that are already rising in price. Similar to what you see here. It's moving over the last 7-8 months. Bullish, it looks pretty good. Now, we are going to be an option seller. But instead of being an option seller that's naked, we are going to sell with protection. Okay, so let me show you how to do this. A traditional option selling system leaves you with all of this risk down here. If I go out there and sell a 135 put and the stock were to suddenly drop to $100, I have a ton of risk on the table. But when you do it right, the paycheck system shrinks your risk down to this. No more of this, just this. Now let me show you how this works. This is a graph again of a typical stock we'd be bullish on. It's a beautiful graph. It's understandable to be bullish on a stock that looks like this. Typically, if you're bullish, you buy the stock, right? Maybe you even buy a call. Use that as your strike price, the current price of the market. Remember, we're not going to be the buyer anymore. We're going to be the seller. You're going to do this. As an option seller, you are going to, in a bullish market, we are going to sell a put. Okay? When you sell a put, you receive premium. You are selling something here, right? You're getting paid. In this example, you're getting paid $1.78 per share. That's the option premium. If you sold one put contract, that means you get paid $178. Why? Because when you look at option premium, it's price per share. One option contract represents 100 shares of stock. So if I sell one put, I receive $1.78 times 100 shares, $178. Now, if I did that, let's say on 10 contracts, I would collect $1,780. Now that's great, right? Remember, you have no downside protection. If the stock drops, you are in trouble. If volatility suddenly increases like it did during the coronavirus sell-off, not only are you in trouble, you are really, really in trouble. You're really hurting, right? You have a stock that's trading at $100 where volatility is blown through the roof. Now you have the obligation to possibly buy a $100 stock at $135. That's unacceptable. What we're going to do is we're going to use a built-in protection plan. Here's what we're going to do. Okay? You're going to end up buying a put as protection. All right? We're going to sell a put and then simultaneously buy a put as protection. Now that protection plan costs us something, right? We're going to use some of the money that we received from selling the put, and we're going to use that to buy our insurance plan. But by doing that, now we've reduced our risk to that amount. We sold an option for $178. We bought an insurance policy for 82 cents. We get to keep 96 cents. You get paid to place these trades. Okay? If you did this on 10 contracts, you're going to take in $960. Now, I want to take about 3 seconds here to kind of give you a really quick, like 30,000 foot view of being an option seller. As an option seller, this is not like selling a car. I sell you my car, I sign the title over, you take the car, walk away. I sold the car, my hands are done, it's finished. When you sell an option like this, you are selling a contract to perform a task. You are telling your option buyer that, hey, I will buy whatever stock that is at $135 from you whenever you want to sell it to me. Okay? You have an obligation. So I don't want you to think you collect $960 and then the trade's done and you go home and collect your money. You have an obligation on now. But remember, this is a trade. We can sell it on Monday and we can exit the trade on Wednesday, exit the trade on Thursday, because there's always option buyers and sellers out there. It's an open marketplace. So I can sell this for 96 cents on Monday and then buy it back for 45 cents next week. Okay? You are in an active trade. Keep that in mind. I don't want you to think that you're just selling this and collecting money and you go on with your life. It's a trade. All right? Now, another important thing. You're never owning stock here. We're never actually going to be owning the stock. It's not needed. We never want the stock. It's just an option trade on a stock. All right? Now, with that concept in mind, this is what's been done. If the stock goes up like we think it's going to do, you will make money. How? Because that trade that you sold for $960, as the stock goes up in value, the price of that trade declines. Think about it this way. Have you ever bought a put because you thought a stock was going to go down, but the stock actually went up? You bought a put for $500, the stock went up, and now it's trading for $400, $300, $200, $100. You can sell that option at any point you want to. Well, now, as a put seller, if the stock goes up, guess what? That trade that you sold at $960 is now worth $860, $760, $660, $560, $460, $360, $260, $160. I can go back into the market and get rid of it and sell it to somebody else. Get rid of that position. That's what happens if the trade goes up. Now, if the trade goes sideways, well, you're not going to make any money because it's going up, but you are going to make money because time decay is paying you profits. Time decay is what happens and how you win if the stock goes sideways or actually goes against you. okay? You can now make money as long as the stock stays above your strike price of 135. So let's do this, okay? I want to set up a few examples of some trades that I did with my clients. And again, these were actual trades that we did in our coaching program, so I want you to understand how to better set these things up. Now, again, this is new for you, and I get that, but I want to do some interaction here. I want you to have the buyer's mentality here. This is Shopify. It's a great stock in an uptrend. We were bullish on it. Now, what I want you guys to do, I want you to go out there and tell me, I am bullish. Where do I think, or where do you guys feel comfortable establishing a price where Shopify in a good bullish market won't drop to? All right? Now, keep in mind, you have to be realistic. The stock's at 305. It's very easy for you to go on here to $215 and say, Ron, I think it'll stay above 215. Well, historically, yes, it probably will. But the farther out in price that you go, the lower premium that you're going to collect, and then that starts getting into a point where you're taking those trades where one loser can start hurting you. Okay? All right. So let's take a look here. And yeah, I heard a little bit of audio issues there. Sorry about that. It looks like there were some audio issues earlier. All right, Tony, you mentioned 265. Tim, you mentioned 236. Ramek, 265, 250. Robert, 275. Anthony, 285, 290. All right, now listen. The mentality that you guys are having is good. Basically, again, we think that the stock is going to go up, right? We think that the stock is going to go up. What you're now telling me is you would feel comfortable establishing a price with good probability that the stock will stay above 285. Some of you are at 265, etc. Well, I'll show you the exact trade that I took. We ended up selling a $290 put, and we got $11.40 for it. I bought a 280 as my insurance policy, and I paid $860. I kept $280 in credit, and I did that trade on 6 contracts. So for that trade, I brought in $1,680 in premium. Now, what happened is the trade started moving higher, just exactly what we thought it was going to do. Here's the actual broker transaction. On June 10th at 235, I simultaneously sold the 290 put and bought the 280 for $2.80. On June 19th at 3:30, my trigger to exit was hit, and I got out of that trade for $1.40. I made $840 in 10 calendar days. Okay? The stock only rose about 5%. Now, just so you guys know, you might be asking around, how much money do you have to make a trade like that? That's based on $100,000 in capital. So if you have $100,000 in capital, you can make that trade. But Ron, I only have $50,000. That's no problem. Don't trade 6 contracts. Trade 3. But Ron, I only have $25,000. No problem. Trade 2 contracts or 1. It doesn't matter how much money you have. We scale the trade to your capital. But Ron, I've got $500,000. All right, great. Then trade 30 contracts. Okay? We scale the trades to the capital that you have. Now, here's another example. This is ServiceNow. Again, we're bullish on it, right? We think that the stock is going to go up. All right? So looking at this graph, we think it's going to go up. Where do you think, or where are you comfortable establishing a price that it won't drop to? Maybe 270? Maybe all the way down here at 247? Remember, you got to have room. You got to have premium, so you can't go way too far low. You got to have probability here. All right, let's take a look here. I'm looking at some of the questions. The numbers are just flying by, so some of it's a little bit different. All right, a lot of you guys, Al, Anthony, 270, Cameron, 275, Donna, 265, 275, Scott and Dan. All right, 265, Derek and Ken, 255, Anthony. All right, so a lot of you guys are in that 265 to I would say 75 range. That's not bad. That's right in here, and I think a lot of you guys are looking at this low and saying that that's a comfortable spot. Well, guess what? I actually agree with you. All right? That right there is where I actually did the trade. Now, you might look at that and say, well, Ron, why didn't you do it at 270? The key is I didn't have to. I didn't have to do it at 270. Because when we do this, we look for premium pricing. Sometimes we can go lower at 260. Think about that. ServiceNow is at $287 a share. As long as the stock stays above 260, I'm profitable. So I sold the 260 for 680. I bought the 250 for 480. 7 contracts, $1,400 in premium. Here's the actual broker transaction. $700 in 10 days, 12.5% return, even though the stock only rose 5%. On July 1st, I sold it for $2. On July 10th, I bought it back for $1. I entered it and I exited it, just like any other trade. Okay? Let's look at one more. This is QSR. Now, QSR was interesting. This was actually a bearish trade. And this is when the market started topping back late last year. There was a couple times last year going into February where the market top actually occurred that we started looking for stocks going down because the market was approaching a top. We picked this one up off of one of our bearish stock scans. Had very poor fundamentals. The market signal that we used was starting to turn down, so we went bearish on it. Now you got to flip your thinking here. You think that QSR is going to continue to go down. Okay? Now, where do you feel comfortable saying QSR won't go up to? Now, because we're bearish on a stock, we got to pick a price somewhere up here. Well, here's $82. All right, Ron, I feel comfortable at 82. What do you guys think? The top, by the way, was around $79.50. All right, $79.50 tie right off the bat. Robert, 83. 85. Anthony was at 83. 80, Donald, Sarah, 82. Dale, 85. Donna, Michael, 85. Wallace, 81. All right, here's what the actual trade was. We sold the $80, brought in $215, and we bought the $82.50 for $1.40. That left me with 75 cents in premium. I did that trade on 12 contracts, and I brought in $900. Now, the beauty of QSR is that trade took one day. Okay? I got into that trade on September 3rd. The next day, the market gapped down, sold off quicker, and guess what? I was out of that trade the next day, and I made my profits very, very quickly. Okay? These are the trades that we set up with our clients weekly. In fact, every Monday, I do this with my clients. Okay? Now, another client I worked with was Jim. Prior to working with me, he told him his results were inconsistent and he felt very unsatisfied. He kept thinking there had to be something else out there that must be better. Have you ever felt that way? Something's got to be better out there. He said he wanted a way to supplement what he was doing and would provide regular income and a high probability of success. Now, after learning the system, he told me he had 21 winners in a row. He returned 76% in 8 months, and his average trade only lasted 8 days. Now, again, I know in the beginning I showed you trades that lasted 4 hours, 21 minutes. Listen, we took advantage of a very fast market at the time using good market timing and good risk reward. That can happen. The average trade is about 7 to 10 calendar days. So it's not a day trading system. It's something that you can do passively. Now, can you imagine how that must feel to go from being to a point where you're inconsistent to where you roll off 21 trades in a row? The only way you can do that is by being a seller. So I want you guys to think about this. That was Jim. What about you guys? What would an income system like this allow you to do? Give me some examples. What would creating an additional income stream allow you to do? I'm going to take a drink of water real quick here. My throat's getting a little scratchy. All right. Dale, keep the boss away. Nick, buy a Tesla. Yeah, I'm in the Tesla market myself. Supplement Social Security, Dan. Retirement income, Mark. Ty, reduce work hours. Travel, Wilson. Marco, quit my job. Retire sooner. Greg, I love it. Buy marijuana stocks. That is awesome. Pay off my kids' college loans. Dawn, awesome. Retire comfortable. Get out of debt, Lynette. Bruce, help the world be a better place. Awesome. Okay? So things like that. Absolutely. Self-employed, not panic. Buy an investment property, Michael. Help maintain my capital. That's the idea. That's what creating an additional income stream can do for you. And like I said, to make it personal, by doing this stuff for me right now, the nice thing is that during the coronavirus, I have a good income stream going with trading, and it helps. It really helps take a lot of the stress away from that. Okay? That's the goal. Buy some PPE, Dan, for frontline workers. I love it. My wife's a frontline worker. She's a nurse practitioner that works in the emergency room. And she's not wearing N95 masks right now, to be fair. She's wearing surgical masks, which are kind of worthless. So I appreciate that sentiment. All right. Now, again, it all comes back to the strategic shift, right? We said before that buying is gambling and selling is about controlling risk and putting the odds of success in your favor. The options paycheck systems make sure you have a guaranteed maximum risk, okay? It all goes back to whether you'd be the casino or the gambler. The house always wins. Being an option seller is the way that you can make that consistent income each month, and it allows you to do it more safely with that higher probability of success. So lastly, I want to talk about how we can put this together and how you can have a bulletproof system, which you can do in as little as 15 minutes a day. Why is it important? One of the biggest things that people ask us is how much time is it going to take? And it's a good question. Here's the challenge. There's thousands of stocks. You got to find how to pick the right one, the right strategy, know when to get in, what out, what expiration, what price, and what to do when it all goes against you. For a lot of people, it feels like it's trying to find a needle in a haystack. There's so much information out there, you don't know where to look. You could spend countless hours researching trades, going from guru to guru, looking for advice. Without a system, you're trading blindly. You're like a mouse running through the maze, bumping into wall after wall. You don't know where to go. It's stressful, many times disheartening. With the right system, though, you can identify good trades, get reliable income, and seriously as little as 15 minutes a day. So let me show you how this works. You need a system in place, and not just any system. We call this a straight line system. You need a really simple way to know when to place the trades, how to find them, how to set them up, how to manage them. So let me walk you through the pieces of the option paycheck system and the order they go in. Now, no one else teaches option selling this way. This is like the secret sauce, if you will. There's 6 pieces, and the top 5 build on the other. And then the 6th brings it all together. So let's start at the top. This top of the system is market direction. A lot of traders ignore this and just go out and place trades. You're going to be placing trades that are either bullish, bearish, or neutral. And you must have a way to know the market direction. By doing this, you're narrowing your focus. Instead of looking at everything, you're only looking at one of 3 possible scenarios. We're only doing bullish trades in bull markets, bearish trades in bear markets, and we can do neutral trades anytime we want. Now, our option paycheck system has a timing signal built in that tells us which direction to go. So you're focusing it down to one direction, stacking probability. Then, once we know the direction, we want to find stocks that are likely to move in the same direction of the market. Now, instead of just trading the stocks you know, listening to gurus, watching CNBC, that's not the best choice. What you want to do is find good stocks already in uptrends when the market's going up, bad stocks that are in downtrends when the market's falling. Now, our option paycheck saves you a lot of times in 2 ways. We look at 2 main things: fundamentals, earnings, growth, things like that, and then we look at the underlying trend of the graph. We have pre-built searches in VectorVest that we use instead of digging through data that the institutions throw at you. Now, the next step, once you have those stocks, you want to find a way to select the best ones for options trading. Earlier, we looked at how big of an effect volatility had on an options price. The options paycheck system focuses on selling options with volatility in the upper end of the range. But we don't stop there. We even have to take more risk out of the trade. So we filter out things like earnings events, right? We don't want to trade through earnings. The stock can move a ton then. We focus and we filter that out. We also filter it down by expiration date. So we only are looking at options in that sweet spot of less than 45 days. Now, there's tools out there from brokers that can help you to do this, but we use a proprietary search tool which finds option candidates really in a matter of seconds. Now, it's time to set up your trade. We pick the trade that has the highest probability of success based on strikes that are far enough away from the market that give us a minimum 60% chance of success. And most importantly, and we haven't talked about this a lot today, we assess the trade's risk versus reward. I do not want to take a trade that has a $500 profit and a $10,000 risk. Now, we don't have time to get into all the nuts and bolts of this, but I'm just going to share with you guys the way that I trade. My risk reward that I look for on these options trades, I want to make typically about $750 on my options trades on winners, and I want to typically lose no more than about $1,000. So yes, the loss will be bigger than the gains, but remember, now you're trading with probability. That's the type of risk reward scenario that I look for. Okay? Now, management repair. Before you place the trade, you need to know what to do if the trade goes for you or against you. You never want to be sitting in a trade and feeling frozen like a deer in the headlights because you don't know what to do. Our option paycheck system has rules to take profits at predefined levels. If a trade goes against us, we have a simple adjustment strategy that can bring in more income to minimize losses. Adjustments are not mandatory or needed. They're just in case you want to do it. And we also have an exit. You're not just going to be holding on these trades till they die. We have an entry, we have a profit target we're shooting for, and a stop in place as well. Now, I said the sixth part was going to tie it all together. You want a way to do this quickly. You don't want to be spending all day on the process. So you need a tool that's going to allow you to do these things quickly, something that you're comfortable using. Some brokers have tools that are better than others. You might find some paid tools to be effective. For example, I like a proprietary tool from VectorVest called Options Pro, and that helps save me a ton of time. Now, earlier we talked about Mike, we talked about Jim. Each of them's getting pretty good results in about 15 minutes a day. So is Hugh. He told me one of his biggest struggles was finding a system that was not only efficient and worked, but had the proper balance between trading and free time. He didn't want to sit there and be trading for 4 hours a day. He's retired. Are you like that? Do you spend too much time doing things that you don't want and not enough time doing the things that you actually want to? Now that Hugh learned the system, he said that he's got more confidence, more free time, able to have more fun. In his first 43 trades, he had 38 winners, and he said he returned over 26 grand in 4 months. That's great. And it all comes back to the system. So let's do this. I want you guys to take a pen. I want you to put a little star next to the 6-part system where you're good at. And then if you have a good way of finding stocks, great, that's a star. Okay, awesome. But if you're not so good at the option selection, maybe put a frowny face. Don't write on your screens, by the way. Assess yourself where you are based on what I showed you. Take a couple seconds and just grade yourself. And then I want to share with you, and I want you guys to just grade yourself. I'll give you a couple seconds to keep looking at the screen. And you know, I'm willing to bet that maybe 1 in 100 investors will ever know how to do this. It's not hard. You just have to have the right system in place. All right. So based on your assessment, what areas do you need to work on? Give me some examples. Shoot some answers in that chat window. We need to get it where you have all stars all the way down. All right. Marcy, all of them. Greg, all of them. Ashok, you mentioned trade management. All of them. Sid, nothing wrong with that. Trade setup. Anthony, Janu, you mentioned adjustments. Everything after stock finder. Robert, all of them. A lot of alls. That's okay. You guys are in the right place. Gary, Harvey, Jerry, tools for speed. Ernesto, trade setup. And they're moving really fast, so if I say the wrong name, I'm sorry. Maria and Tan, you mentioned all of them. Lawrence, Javed, David, everything after stock finder. George and Michael, all. Marco, stock finder. Anthony, options selection. Dan, managing risk identifying. Celso, I don't have experience, just learning. And again, personally, I like those of you guys that are learning. Okay? So listen, as I mentioned, I need you guys to get stars all the way down. And once you do, you'll be able to generate that income every month. And you'll be able to do so in less than 15 minutes a day. So listen, I can't guess the exact reasons why you came to today's webinar, but I'm going to make a couple guesses. Okay? I'm going to make a few guesses here. Maybe you haven't really known what to do and you feel like you've been trading blindly, bumping into one wall and the next. Maybe you left you with the inconsistent results. Maybe you've been suffering through loss after loss, and those small losses are killing your portfolio. Maybe the money is coming in isn't exceeding the money going out. Today, you're just not where you want to be. Today, I showed you the secret that can fix all that. A secret that, again, I bet only 1 in 100 investors will ever know. Now you're one of them. You saw it's possible to win even if you're wrong. And you can do it with very little risk, even less risk than buying and selling stocks. And you saw the system that gets consistent income every month. I showed you just a few of the many, many people who will use the system every day. You will never have to worry about that retirement again for them. Okay? You saw over and over the secret to generating consistent income is to shift from being the gambler to being the casino. Remember, you're going to be that one investor out of 100 who knows the secret. This means there are 99 other investors out there that don't. They'll be buying the options, making the mistakes that we talked about. Okay? You can't stop them from doing it. There's always going to be those folks out there. All right? Let them be the gamblers. As long as there will be those gamblers out there, you might as well be the casino. Because remember that old saying? The house always wins. The option paycheck system teaches you how to stack probability of success in your favor. Now, if you're like most people, you're wondering, how can I implement the options paycheck system in my portfolio now? Well, you have a choice. Option number 1, do nothing. You can do absolutely nothing and stay where you are right now. If you already have enough to retire and you're not worried about running out of money, then you don't need the paycheck system. But if you'd like to make some extra income every month, that leaves you with two other options. Option 2 is do it alone. You can try to learn how the option trades work, try to figure out the direction of the market, learn to analyze thousands of stocks to find the best ones, hope you pick the right one, manage it correctly. If you're willing to work hard, spend hours in front of your computer, and willing to learn by trial and error, you might be able to pull that off. But I like option 3. Let us show you how to do it. I'll walk you through each piece of the paycheck system, and in just a few weeks, you'll have a simple system that you can follow that doesn't take a lot of time. Of those 3 options, ask yourself what's going to be easier for you. There's 2 types of people. Person 1, someone who dreams about financial goals but never take action or does anything to make it happen. Then there's person 2. You're serious about your financial future. You're ready to take action when you see an opportunity. Since you've dedicated enough time to be with me to this point, I'm pretty comfortable saying that you guys are all people number 2, person 2. You're the perfect candidate for this, to get started on your first paycheck. So let me tell you what we put together for you. First and foremost is our Options Paycheck course. This is a complete A to Z system designed to teach you the entire thing so you can generate consistent income each month, so you can live that lifestyle you want without the fear of running out of money. Now, our clients who've taken this course average a 3% per month gain. Some guys who are a little more active, they tell me 5 to 15%. With that 80% success rate, and it's taking them less than an hour per week. We'll start by building a strong option foundation. You're going to know exactly how calls and puts work to confidently use them in your trades. In modules 2 and 3, you're going to know how to create income trades that have a 70% or better success rate. In module 4, we're going to show you how to quickly find and select the best stocks and indexes to trade. Module 5, you're going to know what stocks make the best option candidates and how to set up the trades. In Module 6, you'll no longer be the deer in the headlights. If a trade goes against you, you're going to learn a trade management game plan so you always know what to do. Then in Module 7, it's time to place your trades. You're going to know exactly how to go to your broker and enter your income trades. We've put everything that you need to place the trade into a checklist so you never miss a step. When someone is first starting out, it's always comforting to have that security blanket to make sure you did everything correctly. Now, before I talk about how the low prices of the course, I want to make this even more low risk for you guys. I offer a 100% money back guarantee on the course. You can go through the entire course, and if you're not satisfied that we taught you how to profit using options, you can get your money back. There's no risk, but you got to do the work though, because I know if you do, you will see the results. If you don't do the work, you won't be eligible for a refund. The reason I have such a tight refund policy is because I only want to attract those who are incredibly excited to jump in, do the work, get results. I want to attract serious investors, and in order to do that, I make a tight refund policy like this. I only attract people who are serious about getting results. When you do the system, you'll be learning the system that can generate 3% per month. That's 36% per year. Now remember, it doesn't take a lot of time to do this every week. This was an email I got a while back, and from Joe. Ron, I'm not much for going on Facebook and bragging about my results, but I wanted to share the results in taking your fall class. I've closed out 87 trades with 64 winners. I've profited over 21 grand while starting with an $85,000 account. I've traded for many years with no real plan and mixed results. I can't thank you enough for the class and what it can do. Good, keep up the good work. If I told Joe I'd give him 21 grand in exchange for 2 grand, do you think he'd take it? Would you take advantage of that? Hey, I'll give you guys 21 grand. All you gotta do is give me 2. Of course. I'm actually gonna be making you a better offer that you're gonna see real quick here. Now, before I tell you more about it, I need to point something out. It's important that you understand that this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's not something where you expect to become a millionaire in the next 24 hours. This is serious. It requires some effort. So if you can't commit to it and don't want to do it, then it's not for you. It's for serious people who take this seriously and are willing to put in time. So if you're serious about this and ready to do the work and get the results, the Option Paycheck course is perfect for you. You're going to get the entire course delivered live to you each week. Plus, you get recorded sessions as well. Now, This has a value of $1,990. You're going to get the entire course delivered live to you each week and the recorded sessions. I also got some bonuses for you. Okay, if you're worried about it might be too much, I'm going to include a couple bonuses. The first one's called the SPX Paycheck. This is where I take the entire course and I boil it down into something that you can do in 15 minutes a week. One trade, one ticker symbol, one setup rule, one profit rule, one stop criteria. It's simple and easy to do. Most of the trades that we did during the coronavirus collapse to make that $6,000 were S&P 500 trades. My teammate Brian, he taught it to his 14-year-old daughter and she was able to do it. For many of my students, this is the only system that they use, and they're generating the 3% per month. But in addition to the course, I'm also going to give you 7 live mastery support sessions. I'll be there every week to help you implement and guide you through the process. And again, if you can't make the sessions, it's not a big deal. We record everything. Submit your questions ahead of time. I'll send you a recording of the session. Great. Once you also join, you'll be invited to our private Facebook community purely dedicated to investors just like you who are going through the course. Plus, you'll get an additional 12 months of support from me after the course ends. I show up live each month and I do a Q&A to make sure that you're still on track implementing the Paycheck system. Now, what I think is one of the biggest bonuses, you're going to get access to our members-only group coaching program. This is an exclusive group of my coaching clients, and I'm going to give you access to those for the 7 weeks of the Options Paycheck course. You're going to see in real time how I find, select, and set up my income trades. Basically, each week, you're going to see the trade recommendations that we do, how to manage them, what my thought goes into it. These are sessions where you're going to see in real time how we do this. Remember those trades at the beginning that made over $6,000 during the coronavirus collapse? This is where I did them. Okay? The trades that I've done in my coaching group, I'm still up about 15% for the year through March, or through April 22nd today. Still doing okay. We were up 58% last year. Now, I'm also going to give you 7 weeks access to the software. Remember how we talked about software ties it all together? I use VectorVest and Options Pro. If you currently don't have either of those, I'll make sure you have access to it. Early, I mentioned that tool for speed. That's what these things are. I use VectorVest to scan the market, find the stocks, and I use Options Pro to find the best, highest return, highest probability, low-risk options trade. Normally, these are valued at $591. During the period of the course, if you don't have access to them, you'll get it. Okay? I like to use the software here because it lets us use one platform. Another cool bonus, for those of you that said you've never traded an option in your life, I'm going to give you access to our new Options Foundation course as well. This is great for you, by the way, if you're new to options and just want to brush up on the core. It's going to teach you the 4 core trades of buying calls, buying puts, selling calls, and selling a put. That way, when the paycheck starts, you can hit the ground running as quick as possible. Now, here's the cool part. You'll get access to that foundation course tomorrow. So for those of you that are new and are worried about this might be over my head, you can do this foundation course at your leisure until the paycheck course starts, and we'll talk about the days as well. Okay? Now, as a recap, with today's offer, here's what you're going to get. The full Options Paycheck course taught live, plus 1 year of access to all the course materials. The SPX Paycheck, the 7 live mastery support sessions, weekly group coaching and trade recommendations. If you don't have the software, I'm giving you VectorVest and Options Pro, which, by the way, is not required for you to use after the class. You can completely do this on your own without the software. This just helps while we're learning. The private Facebook group, 12 months of Q&A, plus the entire Options Foundation course. That value altogether is $6,800. So here's the opportunity in front of you today. I'm going to roll up my sleeves, work with a couple hundred people who are serious about generating income. If you choose to be one of them, together we're going to create an income system in your portfolio, even if you've never had success with options. You've spent about an hour with me today. If you want to join me and have me take you by the hand, help you install an option income system in your portfolio, then instead of $6,000, the early bird price for this course is $995. And remember, the $995, we have a 100% money back guarantee. If it's interesting and you want to sign up, www.optionspaycheck.com. Now, since you spent about an hour with me today, here's what I want to do just for you guys. If you order before the end of the webinar today, I'll give it to you for $8.95. Now, the $8.95 price is even lower than our elite pricing for the course. That means that you will get the full course, 1 year of access, 7 masteries, access to the software for the course, the bonus module, the Facebook, all that stuff, $8.95. Now, that $8.95 price will only be for those that register before we finish up today. Okay? Go to optionspaycheck.com, click on register, sign up right now. Ask yourself what it's going to cost you not to do this. How much money will you lose learning by trial and error? I've been there. How much potential profit will you miss out on? How much time and energy will you spend trying to do this on your own? And then ask yourself, how would things be different if you could do it and it works? There's an old saying that the best time to plant an oak tree is 20 years ago, so you can be sitting under it now. Do you know when the second best time is? Today. It's not too late to prepare yourself for retirement and learn to generate income. This is one of those deciding days. Will it be the day that you decide to take action and set yourself up for secure retirement? Or will it be the day you look back on where you squandered a great opportunity to create that consistent income stream? I hope you don't regret the decision that you make right now. Don't miss the opportunity. It's really zero risk. And I really do look forward to working with all of you guys in class. It really is a great class with no risk. So again, go to optionspaycheck.com. Get yourself registered now before registration closes. Remember that $8.95 price is only available while we're live on this webinar. Okay, it's even lower than our elite pricing for those of you that are already VectorVest clients. So if you've never taken the Paycheck course before and you want the lowest price possible, right now, optionspaycheck.com. After the webinar, the price increases to $9.95. So don't wait till you miss out. www.optionspaycheck.com right now. Fill in the details, and we will get you going on it right away. Now, do me a favor. If you know that this is right for you and you're joining me, I want you to type 2 words in the chat box. I'm in. Because I really want to welcome you guys into the class by name. I'm really I like to see who I'm going to be working with over the next 7 weeks. You guys are going to become my family. So I like to kind of see who I'm working with. All right, here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to bring in my colleague, Brian. He is going to kind of moderate a Q&A session for you guys, and we will cover any questions that you may have on the options paycheck concept. Brian, are you there?
I am here, Ron. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm great. Great session. I mean, I don't know about you, but I could see a bunch of amens from like Ashwani, Steve, Dale, pardon me, Jerry, Robert, Suresh, Johnny, Shailesh, Kawaja, Pete, Keith, let's see, Todd, Carmen, William, David. I'm probably missing a bunch, but welcome to all of them. That's amazing, Ron.
Yeah, I'm seeing it too. It's like, wow. Okay. Well, again, I'm looking forward to working with all of you guys. Like I said, you are going to become basically my family for the next 7 weeks. And I love it. I love doing this class. I love working with everybody. It's just, it's like the high of my year when I do these classes. It really, really is. I love trading. I love this stuff.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, earlier, one of the, pardon me, we had, when you were talking about options and placing the trades, we did have a bunch of people saying, I'm new to options or I've never traded options. And one of the things that, I'll mention, and maybe you could add to it, is that's one of the great things about the bonus that you give in this offer that you've got today is that options foundation course. Not only in the actual Paycheck course do you spend time in the first module or two laying a foundation on options, they get a whole separate option foundation course, which they could watch like starting tomorrow while they wait for module 1 to be activated. So even if somebody's had no options experience, they could still take this and be successful, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. And like I said, I like working with people that have never had any experience before. I always use this analogy. I love to play golf. And I started playing golf when I was probably in my early 30s. I'm 44, right? Well, I'm 43. I'll be 44 in June. I wish that I had never taken up golf and I first went to an instructor first, because now I have to get all these bad things out of my system and doing it wrong. Now I got to work really hard at it. if I would have just went to an instructor first off and learned the proper way to do this, I could have saved myself a lot of time. So I like working with beginners, and through the Paycheck course, through that bonus session of the foundation, you're in good hands. We're going to teach you how to do this right. That way you don't have to learn by trial and error and make all those silly mistakes that most of us have made.
All right. The other thing I'll mention is I got a gentleman like Bruce and others who have taken the course before, and they wanted to know if they could take it again, and if so, do they get a discount? So we do have discounts for people who have taken the course before, the alumni. And also, if you are a member of Ron and Jim's coaching group here at VectorVest, you get a discount as well. You can actually get the course for $495 if you're an alumni and you just want to retake the course. There's a discount code that you would have to put in on the order page. So you could let us know in the chat, and John in the background will get you that discount code. We also sent you the discount code in an email this week, probably yesterday or so. But if you need that discount code and you've taken the course before and you want to retake it, or if you're a member of the Ultimate Retirement Coaching Group with Ron and Jim, there's a discount code for you as well. Just in the chat box, you could let us know, or look in your email for that discount code. Either one will work, and you can get it for $495.
Which is great, because a lot of people retake the course, not only for the Paycheck system, but it gets you re-immersed into our coaching program and kind of gets you back on track. It's a nice little thing. And you get the software again if you don't have it now. So you get all that stuff back. You get re-immersed into our coaching program. And it's not only a good, a good refresher, but it kind of refreshes your mind of everything as well.
Yep. And just for clarity, when I say if you've taken this course before, I mean specifically the options Paycheck course, not just any course with VectorVest, because VectorVest sells, several different types of training and trading courses. It's just about if you've taken the Paycheck course with Ron before and you want to retake it. All right, so Ron, I don't know if we've mentioned this, but this is a course that not only is given electronically where people can watch the recordings, you also teach this live. So see people in the chat box are asking, when are the dates and the times of if they wanted to attend the live sessions. Do you have that information that you could share?
I do. So here's a calendar of our live course modules. The live portion of the course. Now here's how we do it, right? Even if you're doing the recordings and you can't view live, every week I release a module. So May 7th is the starting date of the course. On May 7th, I will release Module 1 as a recording, and then I will teach it live at 4:30 Eastern Time. Then the following week, I will release the recordings of Module 2, Module 3, Module 4, Module 5, Module 6, and Module 7. If you want to view it with me live, I do those on Tuesdays at 4:30. And again, you don't have to do it live with me if you don't want to. It's always nice if you can do it live if you have the time. But again, I want you to understand that this course can be done either through recording or through the live sessions. Okay? So the modules themselves, that's the schedule. Thursday, May 7th is module number 1. And then Tuesday, May 12th, and May 19th, and May 26th. It goes to Tuesday for the remaining 6 modules. Now, I also mentioned that we have a mastery support session. That's what these look like. I do these on, the first one I do on Monday. And what the mastery session is, it's at noon Eastern time. It's just a review session. We walk you through the homework assignments. We walk you through the concepts of what we wanted you to master in each module. It's just a time that you guys can sit with us and we can work back and forth live. And again, those are also recorded. So if you can't view them live, it's not a big deal. And then we shift to Fridays at noon for the remainder of the course. So your live course modules and your bonus mastery sessions. And then just a quick reminder, $8.95 if you order before the end of the webinar, optionspaycheck.com. And to give you guys the whole offer again.
All right. Now, you mentioned earlier about people who might be elite. Their price is always $9.95. So this $8.95 is lower, right? So they can just, if they wanted it, this would be the best option for them.
Correct. The $8.95 is not going to get any lower, no matter if you're in elite status with VectorVest or not. Your price on a good note will always say it as $9.95, but it'll never go higher than that, which is good.
All right. Now, Ron, there was people who are saying, well, how much time would be involved in doing this? And I guess there's two questions. Like, if they're going through the course, and how much time per week should they dedicate to actually learn it? Kind of like just to learn the course and learn the methods. But then after the course, if they wanted to just implement it on a weekly basis, how much time are they looking at?
While the course is going on, give me 3 to 4 hours a week. That 3 to 4 hours would take you through watching the module, whether it's live or recorded, the mastery session, whether it's live or recorded. That way it gives you an hour and a half to kind of get through each of those. Sometimes they'll be shorter, sometimes they might be longer. And then it gives you a good hour to work on any implementation that we do. So 3 to 4 hours a week is what's really required to go through all the recordings and the live events if you want to do those instead. That's all you really need to do. Now, at the end of the course, when you're ready to implement this, that's up to you. We have people that simply just focus on that SPX system. The SPX system, you can really, and I'm not kidding you, you can trade that in as little as 15 minutes of screen time a week. Seriously. Now, some people can trade a little bit longer. They want to do stocks. Like for me, for instance, right? I do SPX, but I also do stocks. I probably spend about 2 hours a week trading. Now I do it a little bit longer only because I walk my clients through it too. All the trades that I take, I show my clients. So I'm actually live trading for myself as well. But I probably spend about 2 hours a week trading where I mix stocks and I mix SPXs and things like that. So it's really up to you how much you want to trade. But I would say the minimum, if you want to just focus on the S&P, really 15 minutes a week is all it takes. It's not that hard.
All right. Next question I saw during the webinar was, can this be done in a retirement account?
Most retirement accounts, I will say yes. Not every retirement account, though. If you plan on using this in a retirement account, an IRA, call your broker first and ask them. Say, hey, I'm doing vertical or I'm doing credit spreads. Can I do this? I would say probably 80% of the accounts that I've dealt with over the course of my career I can do this, but there's always some that are set up a little bit differently that can't. But always check with your broker. But historically, there is a high probability of success that you can do this in an IRA.
All right. And next thing would be, people want to know what's the minimum amount they need to have in a trading account to do this?
Good question. There's really honestly no minimum. I mean, most brokers are going to want you to open an account for like $2,000 to get started with this type of trading. But even $2,000 is enough to do this types of trades. Remember, this thing scales. So like I mentioned, those trades that I showed you on Costco and those trades I showed you on on Service Now and those kind of things, those were all based on $100,000 in capital. But Ron, I only have 25,000 or 10,000. Those trades can still be taken just at a much lower contract size. So you don't have to have 50,000 or 25,000. You can devote as little or as much as you want to this, honestly. There's no like you have to have 50 or it won't work. Just remember, our goal is to make 3% per month. So 3% of 100 grand is 3,000 bucks. 3% of 50,000, well, guess what? That's 1,500. Just keep your targets realistic is what I'm trying to say.
All right, and speaking of that, we've got a lot of excitement from people like wanting to generate income like immediately, right? They're saying, like one person said, I'm out of work right now. How soon before I can start making profits? And there's kind of a plus and a minus to this. Like there's, we feel that they could learn it in the next 6 weeks, but we also want people to actually learn the system and not focus on the profits. I mean, the profits will come as a result of them implementing this system. But if they start focusing purely on, paying the bills, they start to make mistakes. So I know you've talked about this before. Maybe give everybody your feeling on, how soon would it be before they start, seeing some profits, and kind of would you touch on the second part of what we were talking about there?
Sure. I mean, I always tell people that I'm comfortable with you starting this after Module 6 because that's going to teach you the money management, the repair, the risk-reward concepts that we look for. So I always want you to wait till Module 6 because I don't want you getting into trades that have bad risk-rewards. I don't want you getting into trades that don't work properly, that aren't set up correctly. So Module 6 is where I start feeling comfortable kind of taking the training wheels off. That's one thing that, I get asked all the time. What's the biggest thing that causes people not to win and not to make money as a trader? One of the biggest things is being too anxious. Anxious causes losses because you feel compelled to trade. I need to make money right now, so I got to get trades going, and it causes you to make mistakes that you normally wouldn't make. Well, I know, but I got to make $500 before the end of the week. I got to make $2,000 this month. That can cause you to make very, very poor decisions that are ill-timed. So I always warn you. I want to be encouraging, but I also want you, and I want to be protecting you to risk. So I still feel comfortable in Module 6, kind of releasing you, if you will, to start looking at more trading opportunities. That's my feel for it, and that's my recommendation.
All right. And now, Ron, we've got several people from overseas here as well. People on and Canada, not just overseas. Would you say this is primarily for U.S. markets, or can people who live in Canada, the UK, or Australia, or wherever, can they also do these paycheck trades?
Absolutely. Now, I will tell you this, for those of you like in Australia and maybe overseas and other places, most of our clients trade U.S. markets only because that's where all of the liquidity is. U.S. options are really the highest, level of volume and liquidity there are. Can you do it in Canada? The answer is yes. There's going to be a more limited amount of things that you can trade, to be fair, but the concepts work. It doesn't really matter what markets you're trading. Just understand that, outside the U.S., you're going to have less trading opportunities.
All right. And by the way, Ron, while I was going through the questions, there's been a bunch of people who've typed in, I'm in, I just signed up. And the ones that I can see right off the top of my head are Richard. Norman just put it in all capital letters. Jay typed it in, said he just went there and registered. So, and I probably missed a bunch. If you guys are in, like I'm looking over at our YouTube feed, Vince typed in, by the way, I'm in. So we've got a bunch of people saying I'm in that I missed, like Pamela just typed it in. Nick says I'm in too. So, I mean, those of you who are in, I just wanted to remind you of a couple of things to expect. You're probably going to get an email from us shortly, like probably today, laying out all the stuff you get. Plus, there's going to be a link for that options foundation course, which if you're brand new to VectorVest, give us about 24 hours to get your account set up. But if you already have a VectorVest account, you could start going into the foundation course immediately, like today. If you're brand new to VectorVest, we'll need to set up a username and Actually, you'll need to set up a username and password. We'll send you an email probably in the next 24 hours or so to get that set up, and then you could get in. Because as Ron showed, the first module is I believe it's May 7th. So you have about a week or so, week and a half, to go through that foundation course, get up to speed on the basics of options, and then we'll kick things off on the 7th. So all of you who are in, keep an eye out for all the emails, right? Put them in a separate folder in your inbox so they don't get lost. All right. Oh, wow. There's a whole bunch more people saying I'm in. Suresh says I just signed up. Nick, Ali, Dominic. So yeah, welcome to all of you.
It's exciting. I'm already getting excited. I mean, it's not going to start for another couple of weeks, but it's like I can feel like I want to do it now.
Well, I'm glad, Ron. I'm glad you brought that up because I totally forgot about something, and that's the Facebook group. The private Facebook group. So in this meantime, like the 2 weeks or so, we're going to be letting you into the private Facebook group where you can not only interact with your fellow students, say hi to them, learn who they are, go through the journey with them together, but you could start to interact with our team. Ron's in there, John, myself, Jim. We're all part of that Facebook group, and you could start to interact in there with us even before the course starts. So there's going to be a link to that Facebook group in your welcome email. Keep an eye out for that. Give us about 24 to 48 hours to get you into the group. Our assistant overseas does that for us. So give us about 24 to 48 hours to get you into that. All right. As far as how long do you have access to the course? Well, you've got like the next 2 months you'll have access to the course, right? You'll go through it live, and then you have 12 months of access after that. So it's basically like 14 months that you have access to the course. All right. Now, Ron, the other question that I see that's coming in is as far as the software, like especially from people who don't have it, they want to know are they going to be tied in or like on the hook and build for something after the course? And second part of that is, is it necessary to have the extra software after the course ends, or can they just do it in their broker like Thinkorswim or something?
No, you can completely do this in your broker. Every module that I show you, first off, there's nothing like proprietary, if you will, in the options paycheck system when it comes to the options contingent, right? I'm going to be teaching you things like expiration, probabilities, volatilities, things like that. You can get that in any platform. So there's nothing proprietary that you can only get with Options Pro. There's going to be some nice features of Options Pro for scanning and sorting that is more of an Options Pro thing, but there's nothing proprietary. The things that I'll show you that are in VectorVest that are more proprietary, I will also give you ways of doing it without VectorVest as well. So after the course is over, VectorVest and Options Pro are the tools for speed and efficiency. They're not mandatory. They're not required. You can do this with really any broker software. I happen to like Thinkorswim. That's my favorite broker because I like their platform. So no. The reason that we teach you this through the use of VectorVest and Options Pro is because those are our software packages and we can turn those on or turn those off for you. So it's hard for me to teach it in Schwab because some people have Merrill Lynch or some people have Fidelity. I can't teach it in Fidelity because some people have Thinkorswim. So it's hard to teach in individual platforms because not all of us have that. We control VectorVest and Options Pro, so we can make sure everybody has that and we can learn it from one universal package. Now, hey, if you want to keep it after the end of the course, we'll talk at the end of the course and how much the package is, the coaching stuff that goes with it. That's your decision. But no, this is not predicated on you keeping a piece of software. I've been doing this for over 10 years. I did it without VectorVest. I did it without the Options Pro software. You can do it without them. This does make it fast and efficient, but it's not mandatory.
All right. And those of you who are VectorVest members, who, if you do not have access to that extra software called Options Pro, you will get it. Like we'll add it to your account. So you get access to the software through, I think it's the end of June, like June 26th or so. Basically the 2 months that this course is running live, you'll have access to whichever product you don't have now, VectorVest or Options Pro or both if you're brand new to VectorVest. All right. So let's see. Tony says, would you give tips for Thinkorswim? Yes, Ron shows that. And plus, Ron uses Thinkorswim, the broker, in his coaching sessions. So if you attend those, you'll see him placing the trades as well. All right. So there's probably some questions that I missed. So I'm going to put a little flag here. If there's a question that you've got where you're like, I need the answer to this question before I make a decision on joining the options paycheck course, even if you've typed it in before, just copy it and paste it into the box. All right. And that way we could help you out. If you go to optionspaycheck.com, which we put a link in the chat box for, there's also about a handful of FAQs, frequently asked questions that you could check out there. While you're on that page, it has a lot of description about the course. There's some frequently asked questions that you can check out as well. Okay. All right. So Ron, we've got a bunch of people here who are familiar with VectorVest, and some have taken some other courses with us. And I see Robert just typed in, he says, is this course, the paycheck course, a good follow-up course to the options jump starter course that you've got? Is there like a lot of overlap? Or is this just, a good second course?
I think it's a good second course. There will be a limited amount of overlap. I'm talking like 10 minutes in Module 1, just to make sure everybody kind of has an idea of how, options work. That's about the only overlap. This is a completely different concept than the foundation courses or the jump starter. So yeah, it's a good secondary course to that. Yep, absolutely.
All right, cool. let's see. Nick says, is it synced automatically now with VectorVest platform? Nick, if you're asking about other brokers being synced, there's only a couple of brokers that are synced for stock trading. And it's like Ally Bank, Interactive Brokers, TradeStation, and QuestTrade up in Canada. We're not linked to all brokers, which means VectorVest itself is not a broker for those of you who were curious. All right. Ali says, can I use VectorVest now that I am in for the Options Paycheck course? If you've signed up for the Options Paycheck course today, give us until May 1st to get all of the products on your account active.
Yeah, I know it's strange, but I know you sign up today and it's going to be a little bit of time. I don't want you guys to start getting into the software too much, to start getting confused and things like that. We do what's called just-in-time training. So as we start the course, we start the software. That way you can learn to do things and implement it step by step. That way you're not getting bogged down in details that really aren't all that important.
All right. Let's see. Tim says, I live in Canada and have access to VectorVest in the U.S. based only on end of day. Will I need to upgrade to real-time quotes in the U.S. to take the course?
No. End of day is fine. Intraday is fine. Nope, you don't need real-time.
Robert typed in. He says, very cool. I'm in with a smiley face. So welcome aboard, Robert. Let's see. Scott says, my concern is having help to implement the system after the 7 weeks. Is the Q&A live or same day email, or how does it work? So maybe, Ron, you could touch on during the course what kind of help he gets. But then after the course, there's that great thing that you do in our alumni Facebook group. Maybe you could touch on both of those.
Yep. Now, during the course, of course, you're going to have obviously plenty of help between the mastery sessions, email, things like that you'll have access to as the Q&As after each live session, you name it. Now, after the course is over, number one, you'll always have access to my email. You'll always have access to a special Paycheck email that you'll be able to get a hold of me and my colleagues for as long. I take questions from people that took the course 4 years ago. I don't mind. Now, the Facebook group is nice because after the course is over, you get put into what we call our alumni group. Now, every month in that alumni group, I actually do a live presentation, but I also watch the alumni group. So if you have questions after the course, you can email me. You could post them in our alumni group. There's definitely help after the course, absolutely.
All right. Next up, let's see. William says, as a Canadian citizen with a home in the U.S. as well, can we get Thinkorswim through VectorVest? No, Thinkorswim is not tied in with VectorVest. Dale wanted to know when Options Pro would be turned on if he's a VectorVest client already. We'll get them turned on by May 7th. It might be a day or two before that, but we promise by the first day of class. Travis says, can I have access to the Options Foundation course so I can decide if I will follow through with the full course? Well, we don't just give access. It's a bonus of signing up for this course, right? But remember, Travis, we put our money where our mouth is, right? So we have a 100% money back guarantee on this course. So if you go make the decision to go through the course, and we'll give you the Options Foundation course as well, you can go through that entire course. The paycheck and everything. And if you feel that we did not teach you how to generate income, we'll give you all your money back. But we do ask that you go through the course. Don't just buy it and then forget about it. You actually go through the course. Ashwani says, on the registration completion page, it's not mentioned the foundation course. Will we get access to it before the start of the main course? Yes, Ashwani, the link to the foundation course will come via email to you. So yes, great question. Thank you for asking. Arnie, the foundation course is not a live course. It is recorded. So you can go through the entire thing at your own pace. You can go through it multiple times. We'll send you a link to it in the welcome email after you sign up for the Options Paycheck course. Jim asks, Ron, he's concerned about brokers. He wanted to know, is there a best broker to use?
Now, first off, when I say this, I don't have any relationship with TD Ameritrade, who just got bought by Schwab. I don't have any relationship with them, but I really like Thinkorswim. I really like that platform because it does everything that you need. I've been using that for a long time, but I can't tell you there's a perfect one because I have clients that use Fidelity really well. I have clients that use the Street Smart Edge that works well. Canadian clients that use Questrade, Interactive Brokers. I can't recommend any of them only because what I think is easy might be hard for you. What you think is hard may be easy for me. So it kind of goes back and forth. I like Thinkorswim. I like E-Trade. I like, Questrade. I like those ones. But I can't say that they're all better or worse than any other ones. It just comes down to personal preference and what you find to be, works better with your software skills, if you will. But I'm a fan of Thinkorswim personally.
All right. Ray wanted to know, can he use his Robinhood broker?
I will be completely honest with you. I'm not familiar with their platform. I'm going to say probably yes, but I'd have to look into it because it's not a platform that I'm truly familiar with. About how I know their platform for buying stocks and things like that, but I'm not familiar with how they do their options. It's something I'd have to research.
Richard, says, I'm an existing intraday customer to VectorVest. Do I get real time for the duration of the course? Well, we don't give anybody access to VectorVest real time during the duration of the course. The VectorVest base software comes with, end of day or intraday. The Options Pro software comes with its own real time data, and that you do get, Richard. Sanford, it's up to you whether you would like to take the Options Jumpstarter course first or not. This Paycheck course, we don't open up registration for several months after this, so you have to make a decision on which you would like to do. Ken, if you don't use Facebook, one of the things we tell people is that kind of use Facebook, but you can actually create a fake Facebook account. As long as when you register for the group, you tell us who you are, but on your Facebook account, you can make up a fake name. Jay, yes, the Options Foundation course would be available right away. Use the link in the welcome email that we sent you after you registered for this Options Paycheck course. Hey, Ron, Vojtech wants to know, are there searches that you use for picking the stocks?
Yes, I have searches that I kind of put together in VectorVest for doing this. You'll get access to those during the course. We'll turn those on for you, and you'll always be able to keep those if you want them. But yeah, there are specific searches that I do that I've kind of modified from the original VectorVest searches that can kind of get it to more option related. So yeah, I do have some that I use, and you'll get those during the course.
All right, next up is Michael. Michael basically is asking about the money back guarantee. Michael, the way the money back guarantee works is you go through the course, and then once the course is over, if you feel that you didn't learn how to generate income with options, you'd let us know. Like if you're disappointed in the course for any reason, as long as you've gone through the course, you can ask for your money back. This isn't something where 12 months down the road, if you say, you know what, I'm not using it, I'm not generating whatever income, I just want to get my money back. It does not work like that. Let's see. Ed wanted to know, do we get the modules in advance if we want to study ahead of time while we wait for May 7th?
No. Again, I've done that in the past before. It just creates kind of a nightmare, if you will, where we've got people during a session for Module 1 asking Module 5 questions and Module 6. I've learned over the course of doing this that it's better for everybody to keep on the same pace. That way we're all kind of on the same track. So no, you'll get the modules like a day early. Like if we do a live session on Tuesday, you'll get the module on Monday that activates and you can start looking into it. But that's about as early as you'll get it.
And I see somebody who had to jump over to our YouTube feed because earlier, for about a 2-minute period during the presentation, there were some audio issues. But it looks like Charles had a concern. He said, what if someone doesn't know technical analysis for stocks? Can they still do this?
Yeah, you don't need to. I am going to teach you some chart patterns, don't get me wrong, but I'm going to teach them to you. And I'm not talking about here's how to use a MACD, a stochastic, and you got to look at this and this and this and this. The beauty of trading options this way is you don't have to do that anymore. And let me tell you something. I am a pretty darn good technical analyst. I know Elliott wave, Gann, Fibonacci. I know every indicator there is. I know chart patterns, bar patterns, you name it. I've been doing it for a long time, and I made a lot of money off technical analysis. The reason why I'm switched over to doing it this way is because I don't have to spend time tearing charts and graphs apart. Is it an uptrend? Is it a downtrend? Do I have enough room? Yes or no? So no, technical analysis is very, very limited. I'm going to teach you that in module 4, like how to read a bar chart and see if it's in an uptrend or a downtrend, day-to-day price movement, but that's it. No studies, no indicators, nothing like that.
All right, we've had a bunch more people type "I'm in." David typed it in just a couple minutes ago. Jerry says, "Done. I'm in. Thank you, Ron, for a well-presented and clear presentation. I feel the course will be beneficial due to this webinar."
Thank you. I appreciate that, and welcome. I can't wait to get started with you next month.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. I missed a couple of questions. You do that coaching on Mondays. Of course, you've got the Paycheck specific coaching that you do or training on Tuesdays and typically on Fridays. But you mentioned that you do a coaching class with your coaching clients on Mondays. People wanted, I see Genu said, if we miss that Monday session, will we be sent an email to watch that recording?
The answer is yes. Well, you'll get when you get into the course, you're going to have the site's called Digital Chalk that you go to. Every Monday at 2 p.m., I teach what I call my credit spread class. So you will have access to that and the recording in case you miss it. So for the 7 weeks of the course, I'll give you a recording of my 2 p.m. Monday class. That way, as you go through it and you can't see it live, you can kind of go seeing how I implement that from a week-to-week basis. So, yep, you'll get a recording of that Monday class for you. That part of my coaching group.
Yeah. And just for clarity, Ron does several coaching classes with his clients. It's the one on Monday at 2:00 where he teaches credit spreads. He also does one at 10 a.m. on Monday when he goes through SPX trading. That one you don't get the recording for because it goes through a bunch of other trades as well. But like Ron said, you'll get a recording of the 2:00 Eastern session.
The option Paycheck specific course is the key.
Yep. Howard says, I just signed up. I'm looking forward to learning your system. Ray says, Ron's humility is enough for me.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah. Tony says, thank you. I'm in. Welcome, Tony. James says, will we always have access to VectorVest option searches?
If you keep VectorVest, yes. You'll have access to the stock. You'll have access to the scans that find the stocks. VectorVest itself cannot scan for options information that's useful for us, but you'll have the stock information, yes. Then you would just go to your broker and do the options part.
All right. Jim wanted to know a couple of questions. Actually, there's multiple Jims. I thought they were all the same person. So we have Jim W. wanted to know about how long are the live classes that you teach?
On average, about an hour and a half. One session's a little bit longer than that, but on average, about an hour and a half or so with the Q&A. And of course, we go as late as we need to for questions and answers, but on average, about an hour and a half.
Now, Jim, I'm guessing you're probably in the UK, because you say they start at 6 Eastern time here in the US. His Tuesday session starts at 4:30. And then his Friday sessions, his mastery sessions are at noon Eastern time, whatever that works out for your time zone. Robert says, got to go. Thanks, guys. I'm going to see you on May 7th. All right, Robert, we'll see you then. Ray said, I'm in. Ali says, I just joined. I'll join the next webinar from the start. Awesome. Yeah, some people were late to today's session. So we will there's going to be an encore of today's presentation later on tonight, about 4 hours from now or so. So if you had too many audio issues or you missed the beginning and you want to catch it from the beginning, we have a session today at 6:00, which is about 4 hours from now. So be sure to check that out. Ray says, I've registered. You guys are pretty good. I didn't come intending to register. Well, we're glad to have you, Ray. I know Ron mentioned that Ron really is humble. Like he So I'm going to have to speak up for him a little bit. He really, like he said, he puts you under his wing. I mean, he cares for all of his students. He wants you to be successful in what you do. He spends as much time as possible answering questions and teaching you how to do this. And you are definitely with a great teacher who cares about you. So thank you for typing what you did, Ray. You're in great hands with Ron as your teacher. And Michael says something similar. Michael says, I agree with Ray. You guys won me over. So welcome aboard, Ray. We look forward to seeing you in the class and in the Facebook group if you're able to join. Wow, Arnie says, I'm a quadriplegic and I'm in. This is my only chance to earn my first million. Thanks so much. Just be careful, Arnie. You know, this isn't intended to be like, you know, get rich quick scheme or become a millionaire overnight. Even like, hey, become a millionaire tomorrow or in the next 6 months. Go at it with, this is a way to generate safe, steady income. That's my feeling, Ron. I don't know if you want to address what he said about this is my way to generate my first million.
No, I mean, again, nothing wrong with having, you know, goals, but I agree. Just, you know, take it one trade at a time. And I always say this, when you do it right, the money will come. That's the key. So that's the key right there. When you do things right, take your time. You know, one of the biggest things that I see right now with people and some of my coaching groups is, you know, over trading. A lot of people like to over trade right now. I got to make money. I got to do something. No, you really don't have to. Still making money, but, you know, there's no rush. You know, the money will come. I promise.
All right. So we did just the last few questions I see, and then we're going to wrap things up for this time period. Dale says, I understand the software isn't required, but does it find options trades that like with a higher premium in a way that Thinkorswim maybe cannot do?
I'm going to say no. It really, really doesn't. Thinkorswim can pretty much do everything that you need it to do with their scans and all their studies and indicators. So no, you know, as much as I'd like to say absolutely yes, no, it really, really doesn't. Thinkorswim is a great platform to use, and it does exactly what you need it to do this properly. And not as quick as like an Options Pro, but pretty darn quick too.
Yep. Now, one of the cool things about the Options Pro is you can run searches in VectorVest and just suck them right over into your filtering with Options Pro. That's always been one of my favorite parts. Ali says, I'm signing off for now. Look forward to your follow-up communication. Cool, Ali. We'll see you then. Todd wanted to know if the Facebook group was mandatory. It's not mandatory for your success in the course. It's just an extra bonus. You know, it's a great way to communicate. I wouldn't say in real time. Like we're not going to be sitting, like Ron's not going to be sitting there just waiting for you to type him a message on Facebook. But it's a great way to interact and get that group feel. Otherwise, I mean, there's enough of this stay-at-home thing where you might not have that interaction. This is just a great way to interact with your fellow students while you're going through this course, and even while you're going through a lot of these stay-at-home orders from governors out there. Let's see. I'm new to options, says Yogaswari, and desperate to appreciate my capital as I've made a few losses. I've got to get it right now. So I know earlier you said you just joined Yogaswari, so welcome aboard. Tom says, when was the first options paycheck course taught? Oh dear, Ron. You have to go in the Wayback Machine, wasn't it?
2015 I did it the first one? Or 2016?
I think we created it in 2016, I think.
Yeah, I think it was 2016.
4 years? Yeah, and it's still going strong.
Yeah.
Right?
Hang on, let me take my wedding ring off. When did I get married? No, I know when I got married. I was just kidding. It was 2016 because I started working for VectorVest in 2015, and then we put the thing together and we did the first one in 2016.
So there's a bunch. Sarah says, I'm in, looking forward to it. Robert says, great presentation. Kristen, access is 7 weeks. Yes, you get access to the software basically until the end of June 26th. Johnny says, I really appreciate your honesty. This is what sold me on this. Yeah, there's no reason to lie about anything. I mean, so I appreciate you saying that, Johnny. Um, there's no reason to be one of those. And what do they call, like, the snake oil, sell snake oil or whatever? There's no reason to do that. I mean, it works. We're just trying to tell as many people as possible about it.
One of the things that one of my late mentors always used to say when he would teach something like this, he would say, the best part about my job is I don't have to make anything up. And that's the best part of my job is I don't have to make stuff up. It just works. I admit when I'm wrong. I like it when I'm right, and it just works.
That's good, Ron. I got to save that one. I'll admit when I'm wrong. I don't like it and I like it when I'm right. I like that. All right. So lastly, I missed this one, Jim. I'm sorry. You wanted to know the percent profit. How's that determined? We go for 50% of the max profit. Right. And don't worry, that is also taught in several times throughout the course. Plus, Ron will show you how to enter those orders with a broker in Module 7.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to stop talking now and turn it over to Ron just to kind of wrap things up, and then we'll see you in class.
All right. Well, thank you again, Brian, and thank everybody else, too. I really appreciate you guys sticking in. Like I said, I'm the kind of guy that usually sticks around until all the questions are asked. I do have to go, though, because it's 1:57. I actually have a 2 o'clock coaching class that I do with my students. So I'm going to sign off and go do that with my current students, and we're going to look at some trading opportunities as well. So I want to thank all of you for attending, all of you that are in. I'm really looking forward to working with you over the next 2 months. It's going to be a good time. We're going to get this down. This is a great time to be learning this, implementing this. And, I promise to give you guys everything I can for the next 2 months to really get this going in your portfolio. So thank you guys for attending. Thank you again, Brian, and thank you for my colleagues in the background that were helping answer questions during the class. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I wanted to wish you guys the best of 2020. Stay safe out there. Hopefully this coronavirus garbage gets past us soon, and we're on the other side of that curve that they talk about, so let's hope that. But have a great one, everybody, and thanks once again for attending, and we'll see you at the next one. Take care, everybody. Goo Goo Gaipan. All right.
Welcome to the webinar. You have entered as an organizer and may now speak to any other organizers or panelists on the line. When you are ready to begin the presentation, press the Start Broadcast button on the GoToWebinar control panel to allow all attendees to hear you. This system will notify you once you begin your broadcast. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Ron Wheeler with John Marabu. Welcome to our debit spread coaching class for April 22nd. Throw out the welcome mat for all of you folks, my usual great clients that I love. Welcome to you, Kim, as well, and Tony and Thomas and Veronica. Welcome, everybody that's joined in and chatted in so far. Our purpose for being here is to help you implement our system of debit trades with a focus on generating income, not just buying calls, not just buying puts for the most part, but ultimately trying to create income opportunities. Bill, welcome to you as well. Welcome to our URS course, or our URS program. Paul, good morning. Speaking of, Bill, if you're new, a lot of what you see here today might be a little confusing, just so you know. Make sure you use membership site, Facebook. Everything that we do in this class today is covered on our membership site. So make sure you hit that first because that's where the orientation videos are. Under options training, you will find videos for all of the things that we do, debit, the butterflies, the earnings calendar spreads, diagonals, options selling, things like that. So everything is out there. These are more of an implementation class. So usually you have to kind of watch those first before you can kind of really I don't want to say take part in it, before it starts making a little bit more sense. So our flow today, Cam, welcome as well. Our market update, we'll start that first. We'll look for some new trade opportunities. I actually might do this a little bit different today. I think before I look at new trade opportunities, I'm going to do an update on our existing trades first, and then I'll do the new trade opportunities. That way, a lot of times I end up skipping over that and making it fast or making it really slow. So I'm gonna update our existing trades before we get to the new trades. And then if you need help with anything that we're doing, of course, just let us know. Focusing on the just-in-time, hey, I'm about to do this, or I need an answer right now, that kind of stuff. All right, market update. Let's take a look. Oh, you know what? I forgot to launch VectorVest. I was just doing an options paycheck presentation. We're launching a new options paycheck on May 7th. So that's kind of starting soon. I was just coming out of a class for that, and I did not realize I forgot to load VectorVest. So we'll see how, give me a second to load that up there, and we'll get that started, and I can do my market update. Excellent, Bruce. All right. Yeah, the options paycheck is a nice course to kind of get you the one step-by-step procedure of doing the credit spread, which is really good. All right. So yesterday in the market, we got faked out a little bit, right, with the big sell-off. Listen, I posted on Facebook, I ditched Teladoc yesterday, and I ditched Shopify, and I lost money on those trades. I didn't have to. Neither of those trades hit my short strike. But this is what we've been talking about. I am being uber aggressive right now with money management. And what I saw yesterday concerned me a little bit. Now, in a normal trend, I would have never done this, like we've been talking about all this time. But yesterday, we started flirting with breaking that trend line. I could have waited for follow through and maybe lost a little bit more if the market turned down, but honestly, I didn't want to. I was able to ditch Shopify and my Teladoc trade, and I lost like $200 on both of them combined. It wasn't that big of a deal. I figured I would get out of them just to be safe because, again, it looked like we might be breaking down, looking at, and I posted this on Facebook for you guys, looking at both a trend line right there and even using the linear regression channels. It looked like we were headed for down. And if we wouldn't have broken that channel, I wouldn't have been concerned. But as I told you, I'm managing these trades right now on the bull side a little bit more aggressively than I normally would because remember, overall, this is still a bearish pattern. We're trading bullish in an overall bearish pattern. If we get above 62%, that's great. But if not, remember, the balance of power right now is still bearish. So I'm going to cut my losses pretty quick, especially if I see something like that trend channel get broke and that trend line. Well, now that that trend line's there, we can actually, the linear regression channel is not going to do much, but we can, from here, we can kind of extend that out now a little bit more since we got that low in there from yesterday. So yeah, I took a loss on my SP trade. I lost $550 on my S&P trade that I placed on Monday. Only lost $550. That's not bad. I was looking to make $750 and I lost $550. Good risk reward. And I lost like maybe $200 combined on Shopify and Teladoc. So my overall market consensus doesn't really change. I still feel like we are bullish short term. until we can get past some of that resistance levels. So I'm not too worried about it. And then let's take a look here. Boom, 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 boom. Question was, I took the bull put on Monday and hit the short strike yesterday due to my personal situation. Not come out of the trade. SPX bounced back. Do you think it's good to hold a part of the trade? Well, yeah. I mean, if you held on to it because you couldn't get out of it, now it's above the short strike again, hold on to it. Absolutely. I got no problem with that. Hold on to it. Just consider yourself lucky that the market didn't sell for another 100 points today. But yeah, I mean, keep it. It's all good. Yeah, John, I am bullish short term still because the market is still bullish. We really haven't looked from a market timing perspective. We're still back to primary wave up. Yesterday it was down. I would need to have some follow through to be bearish at this point. But now we're right back to up and the DEW is still up. So yeah, you still have to be short term bullish on this thing. We're still short term bullish based on the primary wave popping back up today. Not confirmed yet. And then also the DEW still being up. So I never got bearish. And again, I hope I'm not confusing things. Because I've been talking about this a lot. This pattern that we're seeing in the market right now is a bearish pattern. Typically what happens is we see profit-taking rally like we have and a move back down. Now, I'm not going to sit here on my hands and not do anything. I am going to take advantage of this short-term bullish direction. Underneath it all, I still have the fear that the market will come down. That's why yesterday I took and cut a couple trades early and ditched them just in case, and I would do the same thing again if that situation were reversed. So yeah, that's okay, cool beans. I just wanted to make sure. Craig, you asked, am I concerned enough to recommend a hedge? No, I mean, let's put it this way. For my overall portfolio, not yet. I have a hedge that expires in May right now that I'm leaving on for my entire portfolio. I'm not concerned enough to take that portfolio protection off and do a new one yet. It's going to have to break down a little bit more for me to do that, but I'm not that concerned. It was just more of my short-term trading stuff. And then Joseph, you asked, isn't the fact that it's pushing against 62% concerning to you? Absolutely it is, yes. And that's why yesterday I cut a couple trades early because we're approaching that level. The sell-off broke the trend line. And like I said, I have no regrets, none. If you look at the trades that I was in, I had Shopify. Now Shopify's up another $40 today. Shopify's low yesterday, by the way, was below the short strike for a time. Okay? So I lost a little bit of money on that. I didn't take it all the way down on the short strike. I got out of it before that happened when I saw the market was turning against me. I ditched it a little bit early. Now, Teladoc, I don't think Teladoc ever actually reached the short strike. I just ditched that trade a little bit early because I'm like, the market's turning over. It's breaking the trend line. I just got to get out of this crap now. Now, I posted on Facebook this morning that I actually got back into Teladoc today. At 10 o'clock this morning, I did another trade on Teladoc and got $1.70 for it. So I got back into Teladoc today. That's one trade that I did get back into. I didn't get back into Shopify because Shopify's been acting really strange. So I took a loss on Shopify, and I'm not going to touch that one. But I did get back into Teladoc today with the market popping up. I did do that trade again. So I lost a little bit of money, made a little bit of money. It's out. I got back into that one. I didn't get back into Shop. So not too bad. And then John, yes, so if it breaks through the channels, you exit. Right now, yes. And like I said, the big thing is the reason, again, and I've talked about this a lot, the reason that I'm being aggressive here is because this is a profit-taking rally of a big downtrend. If you go back and you look at a trend channel here, would I have gotten out of that trade here? No, because the market was in a good confirming uptrend and everything looked good. Would I have gotten out of some of my trades following a trend line up like right here? The answer is no, because the market's in a good confirmed trend. Okay? So when I'm trading against what I feel is the overall direction of the market, I become a little bit more aggressive. I'm taking advantage of this bullish move, absolutely. But I know the big 600-pound gorilla over my head is that 62% level, and the fact that this market, this is actually a good resistance point too, by the way, because that comes down to that previous low. I know that right now the balance of power has not shifted, and longer term, we're still bearish. So any movement against me, I got a really hair trigger about getting things out. I got a really hair trigger. And yesterday wasn't some flash in the pan. Yesterday was a nasty move. Not only did it gap, but it followed through on the gap and continued selling off. So like I said, I have a hair trigger on that kind of stuff. I really, really do. You know? And then, Michael, you asked us, I got back into Teledoc. Yeah, I have no problem staying in Teledoc overnight. That's an overnight trade. The only reason I got out of it yesterday, again, is because it broke the channel. If I see something like that happening again in the next couple of days, I might get out of Teledoc early again. You know, but now it would have to come back a little bit more. If I do a channel off of that low right here, you know, realistically, the S&P is going to have to go lower than yesterday's low for me to really take any action at this point. It's going to have to go lower than yesterday's low for me to really take any action from now. Because that low is now a support level as far as I'm concerned. The market made its move. This is where the line in the sand was drawn. Anything lower than that means the market may sell off again. So that's kind of my line in the sand right now. And like I said, you shouldn't have gotten out of Teledoc if you're managing the rules properly anyway, because it never went below the short strike. It's a good trade. Like I said, I was just taking profits early and trying to be a little bit more prudent. I guess aggressive is the better way to put it. And then Joseph, you said, yeah, I got back into that same Teledoc trade, the exact same one. The exact same one. Oh, shoot. I did forget to do that.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Well, good evening, everybody, or good afternoon, or even good morning, depending where you're joining me from. This is Ron Wheeler. I want to welcome all of you to the Options Paycheck Breakthrough System to generate safe monthly income in any market. I started the meeting, or open the room, I guess I should say, a little bit early. We're going to start the formal presentation here in about 5 minutes at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. But I wanted to open up the room, make sure everything works, and make sure you guys can hear me, and all that kind of stuff that's important. So do me a favor. If you guys can hear me and you know how to operate GoToMeeting, do a quick in the chat window. Just say, yes, I hear you, Ron. All right, good deal. Kevin and Bill and Shama, welcome. And it's interesting, the first two folks in here, Jim and Rod, you guys are both from San Diego. Go figure. All right, now there's a bunch of people. Bill and John and Jeff and Ronnie and Michael and Guido and Liz, Jerry, Charlotte. Email, welcome, and Jason and Rod and Trevor and Mark and okay, good. A lot of people can hear me good. Perth, Australia. Mark, welcome as well. See, so good morning works for some people. I knew it would. Rob from Toronto, welcome. All right, for those of you, this is maybe your first time in GoToMeeting, and maybe you're sitting in the background. This, of course, doesn't apply to anybody that's already typing now because you guys already know how to do this. But for those of you that have never been to like an online presentation, if you're wondering, how are they telling Ron that he can hear him fine? This is the GoToMeeting kind of chat thing, if you will. This is your control box, and there's a little question box down here. All you got to do is you just type the question, or you just type in the response right there and click send. If for some reason you don't see this, there's a little orange button that can kind of click on that, and that opens that up to the full screen. So that's how you communicate with me. And then during the class, we're going to be kind of talking back and forth. I'm going to be asking for some feedback as we kind of build into the trading strategies and the concepts. So we'll be interacting back and forth with each other a few times throughout the class. Now, a couple things. During the presentation, there'll be a couple times when I ask for some feedback. I, on the other hand, will not be really looking at any questions during the class. Now, that's not a bad thing. I've got a full load of my colleagues with me tonight that are going to be in the background answering questions, monitoring that kind of stuff, and they're all well versed in what we do here at the Options Paycheck, so feel free to ask questions along the way. At the end of the presentation usually takes about an hour, and then we kind of wrap it up with the questions and things like that. So figure about an hour, hour and 15 for the formal presentation. And then after that, we'll have a Q&A session where I'll bring in one of my colleagues and we'll kind of go through the chat and answer any questions that you guys might have. So that's kind of how it runs. Now, one other thing, if you see yourself where it says muted, your microphone's muted, that's just so you guys all can't talk during the presentation. That's normal. Muted doesn't mean you can't talk and you can't, type the answers to me or type the questions. So please feel free to communicate with us as we go through the presentation. All right. So one thing, I already see a couple of you folks telling me Perth, Rob from Toronto, and Ayatar from Toronto, and that was from Miami. So welcome. I'm kind of curious. One of the cool things about doing online presentations is I can broadcast this thing all over the world. I've been doing this kind of stuff for almost 24 years. And man, I logged some serious miles. Do me a favor. I'm kind of curious. For those of you that haven't said where you're from, let me know. I'll start. I'm actually from Ohio, born and raised in Ohio, northeastern Ohio to be specific, just south of Cleveland. If you didn't know, VectorVest, who the company I work for and the company that does the Paycheck system, we actually have two offices, one outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Most of my colleagues are down there. And then we have an office up here outside of Cleveland and Akron. So I've been an Ohio guy, been here all my life. All right. So I'm just kind of looking at Brisbane. Awesome. Brendan, welcome. Brooklyn. Stay safe out there. From Brooklyn, Michael, I think that was you. Randy from Ohio, my fellow Buckeye, welcome. Trevor from Toronto. Perry Sound, Con, welcome. Ontario, Liz. A lot of folks from Canada. Hamid, welcome from Toronto as well. San Francisco Bay Area, John. I used to work for a company that was out of Hayward. Virginia Beach, Elizabeth, welcome. Mississippi, Elmer, welcome as well. Charlotte, North Carolina, Ton, welcome. Atlanta, cool. Chris, more Ontario. Daniel from Ontario. Okay, California from Stephen. All right, Santa Barbara, nice area there. San Jose, Orest, welcome. LA, Dan from Reno, welcome. Kurt from Los Angeles. Redmond, Washington. Peter, LA. All right, good deal. A lot of folks from Canada tonight. A lot of folks from Australia too. Great. Like I said, I love seeing how widespread these classes become. It's really, really kind of fun. So good deal. John, New Jersey. I spent a lot of time in New Jersey as a kid. My parents loved gambling, and I went to Atlantic City a lot in the 80s. I was not unhappy. It was a great little area. Okay. Terry, South Carolina. Been to many of your recent presentations with Bushak. Yeah, Andy. Andy, if you didn't know Terry, Andy passed away last year. That's Andy Bushak. He was one of my real mentors in this industry, and I miss him greatly. He's just a great guy. He's also from Northeast Ohio as well. Robert, Florida, from Northeast Ohio originally. Wow, nice. I wish I was you down in Florida where it's nice and warm. Yes, Gandhi. Terry, you remember. Awesome. Jason, cool. Signed up for the options trading course. Starts May 1st. Okay, yep. This webinar is more of just an introduction to it for you. Maureen from California, welcome. All right, good deal. All right, well, I'll tell you what. It is now 6 o'clock, and let's go ahead and get formally started. Let me make sure my computer screen is all perfect, and we're in the right situation here. And there you go. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So let's get started. I want to welcome everybody to today's webinar. It's called the Options Paycheck. And in today's webinar, I'll be showing you the breakthrough system we developed here at VectorVest to how to generate safe income in any type of market. Now, the information I'm going to share with you really has changed the way that I trade over the last decade. And I've seen it from the people that have done this and taught. It's really changed their lives as well. And I hope you're excited about it and really kind of looking forward to this. In fact, my promise to you today is this. I promise that I can show you this, and in this webinar, you can begin making a paycheck averaging $3,000 a month, okay, per month. Now, that's on average. Keep in mind that we're going to be able to do this regardless of market direction. We've been doing pretty well even in the coronavirus sell-off. You can do it if you have a little to no prior experience because we're not going to get in, all tech heavy and studies and indicators. You can do it safer than simply buying stocks or selling stocks, and you can do it even if you're wrong. Now, let me give you an idea of what we're going to be doing here. Now, this is an example of a trade that we took last year. Now, I'm going to have examples, more recent ones. I'm going to have examples that are older. Examples are examples. It doesn't make a difference. Costco had a good-looking chart. Price was rising with rising earnings, and everything looked great, right? We think that Costco is going to continue to go up. Now, if you bought the stock, it stalled. Right? It didn't really go anywhere. It was 207, 208. Now it's 210. It only rose 1.4%. But with the idea of our options paycheck, the beauty of this is you don't have to be exactly right on direction. Had you placed a simple paycheck trade, a 1.4% move in the stock resulted in a 16% gain for you in 12 calendar days. So a little over a week and a half in real life. Okay, that was actually a trade that one of my students, Frank, took last year, and we actually took it in our live curriculum as well. So imagine having several of those trades per month. Now, if you're wondering, by the way, how much money would I have to have to trade to make that 955? That's based on a $100,000 account. Well, Ron, I don't have 100 grand. Okay, you have 50. So you would have made, 427. Well, I only have 25. All right, you'd have made, $250. Either way, these trades tailor to the capital that you have. So I don't think you need a ton of money. You can do this small size too. Now, imagine having several of those trades each month. Will there be losing trades? Well, of course there's going to be losing trades. Nothing's 100% perfect. But with the options paycheck system, it averages over 70% winning trades, which really results in a very consistent income approach. Now, what about recently, right? What about during this coronavirus collapse? The market went down 36%. From that peak, if you had a $100,000 portfolio, you could have seen it pull back as much as $36,000. So you might be wondering, how did our safe income system work during that? Well, it actually worked pretty darn well. One of the first trades that we pulled off was actually on United Airlines, and we sold it right in the midst of that big downward trend. $1,100 in 4 days. Now, again, when I show you some of these numbers, they're based on $100,000 in capital. So if you have 50, you just divide it in half. If you have 25, divide it in 4. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, this one was a trade on the S&P 500, and it was a $900 gain in 21 minutes. Now, one of the things I want to tell you guys about tonight, this is not typical. This is not something I'm teaching you as a day trader. I was a day trader for a long, long time and very, very good at it. And I still dabble from time to time, but now I'm just getting old and I'm getting lazy and I don't want to do it anymore. Understand that the goal is not to make $900 in 21 minutes. Usually it's 7 to 10 days. But when it happens, you're a pretty happy camper. And then kind of following that up as the market sold off even farther, a $1,230 trade in 4.5 hours. You're going to love this one, $400 in 3 minutes. 760 in 48 minutes. 900 on the way back in 21 minutes. 770 in 2 days. Now, these are trades that I took with my paycheck students. So during that time, based on $100,000 in capital, we made $6,000. Now, that doesn't include what we made in January, by the way, but we did pretty darn well, where the average investor might have lost 36% of their capital. Now, again, when I show you those trades that are 20 minutes long and things like that, that's not typical, okay? The average trade is 7 to 10 days. But again, when you get those trades and they hit fast, that's a bonus. That's a win. I don't mind. So just understand that it's not that going to happen all the time like that. The profits, yes, they will come, but those trades that happen like lightning quick, that just goes to show you what can be done in a marketplace like this. That's the beauty of it. So today I'm going to show you how to do those kind of trades. So if that's interesting, sounds good to you, turn off all your distractions. Close your door, turn off your cell phone, close down other windows on your computer. I'm shutting down my other stuff too, mainly because I have to teach. Don't multitask because you might miss something really important. You want to stay focused. Give this your full attention because you'll be learning something that really can make a huge positive impact on your life. Now, I mentioned earlier, my name is Ron Wheeler. There's my face made for radio. I am the options coach, manager of options trading here at VectorVest. I've been trading since 1997, so my 23rd year as a trader. Now, when I first started trading, I did not have a good beginning. I blew out my first 2 accounts. My third account, I didn't get to blow it out. I actually drew down, but then I started doing okay. One of the reasons why I and a lot of other people have problems when you start to trade or invest, it's because you have to be right, okay? The reason I was losing money is because I was trading in a way that required me to be right to make money. If I bought something, it had to go up. If I sold something, it had to go down. If you weren't right, you lose money. Now, to overcome that, you have to become very, very good with chart patterns, technical analysis, and I like to think I'm a pretty darn good technical analyst. I really am. I did very well day trading for a very, very long time. Still do. I just don't do it much anymore because it takes a lot of time. It's probably been 12, 13 years now, a big aha moment came to me when one of our clients, who happened to be a hedge fund manager, came to our office to visit us. He showed me the secrets to how the big guys trade and how they can make money and hedge and do these trades that don't require them to be right. He showed me kind of like the inside secret to using options in a way so that even if I'm wrong, Even if my analysis is wrong, I can still profit. Now think of the pressure that takes off you. You don't even have to be right to make money. That's why I've transitioned into more of an options trader these days, and 99% of my trades are now option based. So here's what we're going to cover today. The first thing we're going to talk about is how do you win even if you're wrong? You're going to see the real problem that's been holding you back from winning a lot more than you lose. We're also going to show you how to trade with very, very little risk. You're going to learn how to avoid the big mistake that most people make and what you need to do to place low risk trades. In fact, the risk will be much lower than if you simply buy and sell stocks. And then the bulletproof system that you can use in as little as 15 minutes a day. This is how myself and my clients trade to get a minimum of 3% per month in as little as 15 minutes a day. And I'm serious about that if you focus on something like just the S&P 500. Now, over the last 10 years, I've really fine-tuned the way I've traded options, and I've kind of developed into this option paycheck system. I made it really so anyone can do it. In today's webinar, it's built on results, not just mine. I've been doing this a long time, but on the results of people that I've actually worked with and have gone through and implemented this concept. So I'm going to show you the system that I taught them and what they've done to get the results that they've gotten. So, does that sound good to everybody? If so, do me a favor, just to make sure you're still out there, type yes in the chat box for me. I just want to make sure we're still on the same page. All right, good deal. Lots of yeses. I see them flying by. Stephen, Gerald, I see them all. All right, good deal. So let's trans forward. Why is this such an important topic? Well, without an income system, you might be watching your savings get depleted faster than you can fill it. You feel that if things don't improve, you may fear you'll have to give up on investing and go back to work. Another thing is right now, look at unemployment, right? Now's the time to develop another income stream. You don't want to run out of money. If you're retired, your standard of living will drop. You can't live the lifestyle you want. But when you implement the right income system, you can actually have a consistent source of income that you can tap into whenever you want to. That lets you live your lifestyle. You don't have to have a fear of things changing. That's why today's webinar is vitally important. Now, again, I want to jump right into this because I got a lot of information I want to cover. The first thing I want to talk about is how do we win even when we're wrong? Now, by doing this, we can ensure that over 70% of our trades on average are successful winners. So what's been holding you back? What's been preventing you from doing this already? Here's an example of a typical trade that you've been taught to make. Okay, I'm going to get my laser pointer out right about here. If you find a stock you like and you think it's going to go up, you either buy shares of it or as an option trader, maybe you buy a call. Why do you buy a call? Because that's option 101. When you first started learning options, you probably learned that if you think a stock will go up, buy a call because that's a proxy for owning the stock, right? A call gives you the right to own the stock at a certain price. But what ends up happening a lot of times, either the stock doesn't go up, it doesn't go up enough, or that call that you bought ends up expiring worthless. Has that ever happened to you? I'll be honest with you, I've heard a lot of horror stories about this, and it's one of the reasons why I didn't trade options for a long time, because it's happened to me too. Now, what's the problem that's causing you to lose? Most people feel the problem is maybe they picked the wrong stock. Maybe they picked the wrong strike price, where the price that you control the stock at. Or maybe the expiration, they should have bought a 6-month option and not a 3-week option. Well, let me tell you this. The real problem, if you've been losing money or had more losers than winners with other systems, it's not really your fault. That's because most of the systems on the planet teach you to be on the wrong side of the trade. You're taught to buy an option. But as a buyer, the probabilities are not on your side. And for most people, they end up buying and losing, buying and losing, buying and losing. And those losses, even though they're small, they really add up. It's like a boxer who repeatedly gets hit by jabs. Even though he doesn't get that big uppercut that knocks him out, those little jabs over time eventually knock him out. Your portfolio suffers a death by 1,000 paper cuts. It slowly bleeds until all the cash is gone. So what's the answer? Our option paycheck system teaches you a new way of thinking. You need to be a seller and not a buyer. That's how you get ahead of everyone else. That's how you put probability on your side. And that's how you win even if you're wrong. So let's take a closer look at selling options. As a buyer, A typical trade gives you a 50-50 chance to be a winner. Because when you buy, the only way you make money is if the stock moves in your direction. So instead of having a buyer's mentality, I want you to have a seller's mentality. Instead of hoping that a stock goes up, as a seller, you're going to strategically set up your trade using probability. Probability will tell you where the stock is not likely to go. So instead of needing the stock to go in your direction, you can pick a price that basically says, as long as the stock doesn't go, let's say, down to here, I can make money. And what that does is that flips probability. You're not essentially buying a $205 stock at 205. Now you're saying, I think the stock is going to go up, and as long as we stay up above 195, I can make money. We look to an option's probability of finishing in the money to set up our trades. Now, think about that. Options, by the way, have these analytics built into them. You can pick a price down here, and as long as the stock stays above it, you can make money. If the stock goes up, you make money. You guessed right. If the stock goes sideways, you still make money. The stock can even come down a little bit, and you still make money. So right from the very beginning, probability is definitely in your favor. It's no longer a 50-50 game. Now I've got it to a 60-40 my way game. In fact, you could even increase that probability by choosing lower strike prices. Okay? We do a lot of our trades that start off with a 70% chance of success, and you can only do that as an option seller. And one of the things that I will tell you right now, if you guys didn't know this, volatility is at like 35-year highs. This has been a very exciting time to be an option seller because premiums have never been higher. We can collect and sell a lot of premium and reduce our risk by a ton. It has been like shooting fish in a barrel as an option seller right now. What's easy has become even more easy, or easier depending on how you put it down there. Okay? Now, as a seller, you are putting probability of success in your favor. This to me is the definition of what I call an income trade. Buying 100 shares of IBM is not an income trade. It's a speculation trade. But when you set up a trade that has a 70% chance of success based on the trade setup, that is an income trade. An income trade, simply defined, is one where you can make money even if you're wrong on direction. Simple as that. So let's dive deeper. Let's keep going deeper and deeper. I want to talk about 3 mistakes that a lot of buyers make, and then I'll show you what you need to do as a seller to benefit from them. The first mistake that option buyers choose is they choose unrealistic strikes. It's like using the wrong tool for cutting your grass like this guy. They choose strikes that are so far away the stock has little to no chance of hitting it. So let me explain. I'll give you like a 5,000 foot overview here. Here's a stock. Let's say you're bullish on the stock. A mistake that a lot of option buyers make is they buy calls with strike prices way up here. Now, if you're new to an option, what is a strike price? A strike price is the price that you have the right to buy the stock. So if the stock's at 220 and I buy a $230 call, that call says I now have the right to buy that stock at 230. And that's great if the stock goes to 240. But if the stock goes to 225, my call is worthless. Okay? They buy these options because they are cheap. Most option buyers, unfortunately, treat options like lottery tickets, and most of the time they lose. They're basically like gamblers. Now, since there's always going to be buyers out there who buy these options, you might as well be the one who sells it to them. Okay? You are going to be selling an option that has a low probability of getting hit. Since it has a low probability of getting hit, that means you as the option seller have a high probability of winning. Now, ultimately, the same goes for puts. So whether you do it with calls or do it with puts, same idea. There's people that buy puts way down here if they're bearish on the stock because they're cheap lottery tickets. Or there's a lot of people that buy puts way out of the money down here, like below the stock, because they're looking to insure their stock positions. And that's a valid reason to do it. But either way, since there's always going to be buyers out there buying those puts, we'll be the ones to sell it to them. Selling these options gives us a 60 to 90% probability of success right from the very start of the trade. That's the key. Now, buying wrong strike, that's a big problem. Problem number 2 is expiration. The second mistake that buyers make is they choose expiration dates that are too close to the current date. It's like going to the grocery store, you see a piece of steak on discount because it expires tonight. Well, hey, if you're going to take that steak home and cook it tonight, you got a bargain. But if you're going to put it in the fridge for a week, you're going to be throwing away rotten meat. The same is true for options. Now again, for those of you that are newer to options, options also have an expiration date. What happens to an option, and this is what was called a time decay graph. The farther and farther you go out to an expiration, this happens to be 180 days, the option, as it gets closer and closer and closer and closer to expiration, loses value. It's called time decay. Okay? Look at the course of time decay over 180 days till expiration. It took 135 days for that option to lose 50% of its value, but then in the last 45 days, the option lost the remaining 50%. So a lot of buyers, what they do is they go out to this area right here and they buy their options because, again, they're inexpensive. They're cheap. It's like buying a lottery ticket. When you buy options very, very close to expiration, you're stacking probability against you. So instead of buying options in that window, we are going to sell them in that window. Okay? We're going to sell them. Let's take a look at the graph of Home Depot. Let's say it's right here and you think that Home Depot is going to go up. So most buyers, they'll choose an expiration date maybe here. That expires in about 3 weeks. Maybe they'll choose one out here that expires in about a month and a half. Notice how the value of the option drops and it gets more exponential as you get closer to expiration. As an option buyer, time decay works against you. As an option seller, time decay works for you. Remember this. There's always going to be people buying options that have expiration dates too close. You might as well be the one who sells them that option. Let them be the gambler, you be the casino. In the end, you win. Now, here's one that you might not be familiar with. This is called paying too much. The third mistake that buyers make is they simply pay too much for the options. They buy what's called overpriced options. Let me tell you what I'm talking about here. By the way, right now, options are about as expensive as they've ever been. Just so you guys know, it's a really bad time to be buying options. Good time to be selling, but bad time to be buying. Here's why. Because when I tell people that, they say, Ron, it doesn't matter how much they cost, right? Money is money. I've got a lot of capital. Who cares how much the option costs? It costs $1,000, it costs $200, who cares? Let me show you why it's important. This is an example of two different stocks, Anacor on the left, Treehouse on the right. They both are trading basically around the same price of $76.30. Okay? Even though the stocks have very similar stock prices, look at the prices of their options. On the left, that option's trading for $9. On the right, it's trading for $1.80. Why do they have such different option prices? Well, on the left, one has very, very high volatility. That leads the option to becoming overpriced. It's paying too much. Now, what's the big deal? Who cares, right? It's only money. Watch what happens. Let's say that Anacor and Treehouse both go up $8 per share over the course of the next 45 days. Think about that. You bought a stock, you paid $76. It goes up $8. If you just bought 100 shares, you just made $800 on each one of those trades and you did really, really well. But if you would have bought a $75 call on Anacor and a $75 call on Treehouse, look at the profits and losses compared to the two of them. You actually would have lost money on Anacor. The stock went up $8 a share and your option trade failed. Yet Treehouse Foods, you made $720. You basically made almost 4 times your money on Treehouse and you actually lost money on Anacor. Why? Because the buyer there just simply paid too much money for the option. The volatility was too high. They paid way too much. When we find conditions like this, I'm not saying that Anacor is not a good trade. but it's a trade that you want to be a seller instead. Sell and find those overpriced options. Think about that. As an option seller, you can even be wrong on direction and you can still make money. You're stacking probability on your side even more. Now, let me ask you guys, have you made any of these buyer's mistakes? Type a yes or no in the chat box. I'm kind of curious. And again, I'll start. My answer quickly is yes. I did this all the time when I first started trading options. I didn't know how to trade options properly. I had to learn. So yes, those are mistakes that I made, and well, they're mistakes that I made, so I know that a lot of other people made. Yep, I see all the yeses in there, exactly. Dilap, David, a couple of you guys not trading options yet, but that's good. By the way, I like people that don't trade options yet because I can get you guys trained properly to do it right. That's the key. So yep, see a lot of folks there. Vincent, John, Michael, Linda, haven't started yet. Tom, James, Bob, Larry. Yes, but I got lucky. I like that, Larry. Susan, Ethan, you mentioned you haven't traded options yet. Robert, same thing. Pamela, yes. All right, good. Steve, not yet. So again, I like seeing people that haven't traded yet because again, I can teach them how to do it right. All right. So one gentleman I work with, by the way, his name is Mike. He went from losing consistently and giving up to where he made over 12 grand in 4 months selling options using this paycheck method. Let me give you a little bit of information about Mike. He dabbled with options, lost on each trade. Have you ever been there? Can you imagine how frustrating that must be to lose on each trade? Eventually, he just gave up. He eventually tried to learn more. Mike, by the way, if you didn't know it, is an engineer. Engineers don't give up. They just keep going back for more. So he went back and got some more. He got some more education. He read some books, but he still never felt comfortable that he knew what he was doing. He said he didn't have any set criteria. So Mike and I worked together through the paycheck. I taught him the system, and he became like an income machine. After he learned the system, he said he went out and immediately had 17 out of 19 winning trades with a profit of over 12 grand. Can you imagine that? Inconsistent to where the system generates 17 wins out of 19 losses. Now, he shared with me his spreadsheet that he did. Now, he was so proud of this, he wanted to show me. So here's his results. I'm going to break this down a little bit for you guys. I want you to first just simply look at the number of winners in the profit column versus the number of losers. Now, the next thing I want you to do is look at the number of days in the trade. I mentioned that the typical trade length is about 7 to 10 days, and he's pulling in about $1,000 every 7 to 10 days. Okay? Now, another thing I want you to look at. I want you to look at his biggest loss, and that was on an index at $2,200. Look at his gains. $1,100, $1,500, $1,100, $1,200. That was a small one, $1,000, $1,200. Basically, what I'm showing you by there is I don't want you to think that this is some kind of system where you're going to have one winning trade and one loser is going to blow out all your gains. That actually is a pretty high loss rate there for me, but he's done very, very well by controlling his risk. This loss here on a stock, look at his average stock gains, 600, 550, 400. He pulled this one out a little bit early, I think, because of earnings, but his gains are similar to the losses. He's not having a winning trade of 500 and losing trades of 5,000. That is not a successful system. You got to be careful of that. So that's why I wanted to show you the profits and the losses, by the way. In fact, our most basic system, which trades the S&P 500, has averaged over 85% winners. You're placing trades that have a high probability of winning. Now, I want you to think about it like this. Instead of being the gambler who loses money, you're going to be the casino where the odds are stacked in your favor on every trade. I love trading the S&P. I love it, love it, love it. I've been trading S&P futures since 97. So I love the S&P, and a lot of my clients love trading the S&P as well. It makes up primarily a lot of my income, even with options, so it's beautiful. Love trading the S&P. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Looking at Mike's results, do you see how being an option seller immediately increases your probability to win? You don't have to understand the nuts and bolts right now. Just understand that you can see big streaks of gains. So I want you to go to your chat box, type in the answer, just looking at Mike's initial results. Yes, exactly. Vincent, right off the bat. David, yep, now they're flying in. Gary, I saw a comment, Phil, you said it seems difficult. Trust me, I'm going to make it not difficult. Elizabeth, yep. Guido, don't know yet. I'm going to hopefully spin you by the end. Okay. Impressive, sure. Margie, Michael, Ashish, I'm an engineer as well. The gentleman that taught me how to trade was an engineer, so I know engineers all too well. All right, good deal. So let's kind of go forward and let's keep building this because a lot of you guys said you're not sure yet and you're still not seeing it. We're going to get you there. couple of you guys were there. So you need to make a strategic shift. You're either going to continue being the gambler where you lose more than you win, or you're going to become an option seller and win more than you lose. Being an option seller is the way that you can make consistent income each month. This is what allows you to win when you're wrong. And the Paycheck system is built around being an option seller. So the second thing that you need to do, you need to know, you know that you want to be the option seller. We need to look at trading with little risk. When a lot of people hear the word options, and especially selling options, they think it's risky. However, the option paycheck system uses a low-risk strategy for selling options. This is why it's a core strategy we teach to our retirees. Think about that, right? If you're retired, you should not be putting money at risk in big, heavy risking things. But guess what? We teach this to our retirees because it's low risk. And why is reducing risk important? Most people who don't use the paycheck system, they aren't preserving their capital. They have one bad trade that wipes out the gains from a bunch of winners. You can't have that because it becomes very hard to recover losses. It takes a long time. Your trades should have a built-in protection plan. When you do this right with the right system in place, you will have a built-in protection plan. You take care of risk management before you even open the trade. When you can confidently select stocks and set up your trade in a way that reduces risk, it allows you to preserve and grow your capital. So let me give you 4 keys to reducing risk in your income trades. Now remember, the system that you use is what determines how you reduce risk. And let me be clear about this. This is done before you open the trade. We don't take trades that we don't know what the risk is. You should never be doing that ever. I don't care what you're doing. Risk should be known up front. First thing that we do is we choose stocks that are low risk. We have a very specific criteria for picking good stocks in the first place. You know, as much as last year marijuana stocks were big and some of the other crazy stocks like some 5G stocks and new biotechs and things, those are risky. I want companies that are, for lack of a better word, blue chip good companies. Apple, IBM, Merck, Pfizer, things like that, things that have been around for a long time. Second, we're going to put probability on our side by choosing the right expiration dates. We already talked about that, less than 45 days. We're going to choose the right strike prices, as we discussed. And I'll give you guys a little pro tip here. We sell options that have a 60% or better chance of expiring out of the money. Put that in the back of your head because that's how I choose probability. I focus on overpriced options. The more premium that I can collect, the lower my monetary risk is. And then finally, and this is a big one, instead of selling naked, you sell with protection. Now, the key point, like I said, prior to even getting into the trade, you're making sure the risk is low. The downside is handled before you get into the trade. Now, listen, a couple of you guys said, okay, this might seem like a lot of work, but really, it doesn't take any time at all. Once you have the system in place, I can show you how to do it in as little time as you want each day. And it takes our new traders who are just learning the system, if they focus on something like the S&P and a couple stocks, 15 minutes a day at the most. So let me show you how this works. The options paycheck system makes sure that you reduce your risk before you open the trade. First, again, we choose stocks that are low risk. We have a specific criteria, but in general, if we're bullish, we start focusing on good stocks that are in rising trends currently, similar to what you would see here. Then, instead of selling an option naked, we are going to sell with protection. Okay? A traditional option selling system leaves you with all of this risk. If I sell somebody a 135 put, if I sell that option to them, I am taking on the obligation to buy the stock at 135 if my option buyer chooses to. What happens if something catastrophic happens and this stock opens up down $35 the next day? Now I have a 135 put that I'm obligated to buy stock at, and now the stock's down $35 a share. You are leaving yourself basically with almost an unlimited risk here. Huge. What we are going to do is we are going to shrink the risk down to here. The paycheck system shrinks your risk only to that price. So let's look at how this works. This is a graph of a typical stock we'd be bullish on. Okay, so think in your head bullish trades. It's a beautiful graph. It's understandable why you'd want to be bullish on a stock like this. Traditionally, people buy the stock at the current market price right here. Maybe you buy a call, but you're not going to do that anymore. You're not the buyer. You're going to do this. In a bullish market, you are going to sell a put. When you are bullish, you are selling a put. Now, for those of you that are newer to options, let me explain why you sell a put. You think that the stock is going to go up, right? I want you to think back for those of you that may have traded options before. When you buy a put, what are you basically saying? If I were to buy a put on this stock, I'm basically making the wager that the stock is going to drop in price. If the stock drops in price, the put that I bought will start increasing in value. However, if you've ever bought a put before and you were wrong on direction, what happens to the put that you bought? It starts losing value. As the stock goes up and you thought it was moving down, or it starts moving up and you thought it was going to move down, your put that you may have bought for, let's say, $500, as the stock goes higher and higher and higher, that put that you bought is now worth $400, $300, $200, $100, and eventually expires worthless. Now, instead of buying a put, in a bullish trade, we are going to be selling a put. So when I sell a put down here at 135, I'm going to collect premium. And you collect premium. This is legit. You are getting paid in your account. Your account balance will go up. So if I sell a put right here, you're going to get $1.78 in premium. Now, one option contract represents 100 shares of stock. So you would actually get paid $178 by selling that 135 put. Now, as the stock goes up, you will make money because that put will start losing its value. Now, an option can be traded in and out of just like any other tradable security. I can sell a put on Monday and buy it back on Tuesday, buy it back on Thursday, buy it back the next week. So you got to think in terms of you can sell it and then later on you can find a buyer to take it off your hands. Okay? Now, another thing real quick about selling an option. Some people that are new to this have this idea that, okay, well, Ron, I sold that option, my buyer paid me the premium, and now I'm done. No, you're not done. Okay? When you sell an option, it's not like when you sell your car. You sign over the title, give the guy the keys, give him the title, you're done. The car's not yours anymore. Option selling, or what we call writing an option, is like the insurance company. I pay my insurance deductibles once a year for my homeowner's insurance. I don't just send them a check for $2,000 and they're done. If my roof blows off, they got to pay $60,000 to fix it. They have an obligation to perform an action if required. If that obligation is not required, then they get to keep the premium. Selling an option is the same way. Now, the obligation is in this case for you to buy the stock. Let me also reassure you that in over a decade of doing this, I've never actually been assigned stock. I've never actually owned a stock doing this. You don't have to. So keep that in mind. Now, the downside, again, of selling that put is your risk is all of this. If the stock opens up at $100 the next day, you got a serious loss on your hands. Now, from a more advanced perspective too, if you were selling naked puts and the market tanked because of coronavirus, let me tell you something. Another thing happened with the coronavirus sell-off. Volatility went ballistic. As an option seller of naked options, when that volatility went ballistic, you might have thought you had a $2,000 risk, but now you have a $20,000 risk because that option you sold got really expensive. How do you protect yourself from that? We buy insurance. We're going to sell a put, and then we are simultaneously going to buy a put as insurance. I'm going to use that $178 that I collected, take $82 of it, and buy a put as protection. Now, what this trade does, the nuts and bolts of it are this. This stock is at 138. If something catastrophic happens and the stock opens at $100 the next day, you now have the obligation to take the stock at 135. But since you bought that put at 130, you now have the right to sell it to somebody else at 130. you have now limited your risk down to $5 a share. And you still get paid to do the trade. You get a 96 cent or 96 cent per share credit. So if I did this on one option contract, I'd get $96. If I did it on 10 contracts, I would get $960. Okay? That's how that works. And another nice thing, by the way, for those of you that might be worried about volatility, when you do that trade like that, you are hedged against volatility. Volatility can go to 25,000 and it doesn't make a darn bit of difference. You are protected. That's the beauty of doing these spreads. Now, think about what that's done. If the stock goes up, you make money. If the stock goes sideways, you still make money. As long as the stock stays above 135, you will make money. Simple as that. Okay? If, by the way, just to kind of give you a foreshadow here, if the stock goes below 135, we're going to exit the trade. That's your stop. So let's do it. Okay? What I want you guys to do is I want you to get in this mindset of a seller. All right? And think about what we're doing. Go back to the beginning of the class where I said have a seller's mentality. You think a stock is going to go up. No longer do I want you to think, all right, the stock is going to go up. I want you to start thinking of it's not going to go down as far as this while it goes up. So here's an example of a trade that I actually took last year. This is on Shopify. Shopify at the time was at 305. This is from June of 2019. Shopify has gone up quite a bit since then, but this was back then. If you're bullish on Shopify, where do you think that the stock will not drop to? Where are you comfortable putting your line in the sand? The stock is bullish. Do I think 300? Do I think 285, 270, 260? Now, I want you guys to keep in mind something. We can't just go out and say, oh, $215 right here at the low. There's a sweet spot here. You can't sell an option too far away from the strike because the premium won't be high enough to get you a good risk and reward. You don't want to sell it too close because then you don't get probability. It's kind of like a teeter-totter, right? We got to keep it in balance. So, stock's at 305. Where do you guys think we should draw our line in the sand? 290, maybe 260, maybe 250. What are you guys thinking? I want to see if your heads are kind of in the right direction. All right, a lot of you guys are already chiming in. Good, 260, 290, 290, 290. At support, I like that one, Ron. Email, you said 285, 270, 285. A lot of you guys are in that 265 range, and I get it. Why? Because the support is right there. Now, here's the beauty. You don't have to go all the way down there. What we're looking for is an option that has a 60% or better chance of expiring worthless. That option for this particular trade was 290. 290 is where we drew our line in the sand, and we have a 70% chance of success based on the underlying market pattern, the underlying stock, and the option probability. I did this trade. I sold the 290 for $11.40, simultaneously bought my insurance for $8.60 at 280. I took in $280 per contract. On 6 contracts, I took in $1,680. Now that trade was an $840 winner in about 10 days. And you can see it right here from my transaction history. On June 10th at 235, I did the trade. I sold it for a $2.80 credit. On June 19th, I exited the trade just like you would with any other trade. Don't think about buying to open, selling to close. It's not like that. Don't worry about the behind the scenes. When you entered the trade, you got into it. I can exit the trade at any time. I did it 9 days later. I sold something for $280 and I exited it at $1.40. That gave me $1.40 in profits or $840 in 10 days. And the stock only went up about 5%. Now again, for those of you that are wondering, well, how much money do I have to have? Well, number one, to actually pull this trade off, quite frankly, all you would have to have is about $6,000 in your account. Okay? You really only have to have $6,000 to put this trade on the table. However, if you put $6,000 at risk on this trade, you're going to be risking way more than I would ever tell you to risk on one trade. That trade right there, based on the true risk of the trade, this is based on a $100,000 account. Because we don't want you risking 30, 40, 50% of your account on one trade. We like to have under a 2% risk per trade. Okay, so this trade, $840 win, this is based on $100,000 in capital. But Ron, I don't have $100,000, I only have $50,000. Okay, great, divide it in half. Now you have the trade size, 3 contracts. Ron, I only have 10,000. You trade 1 contract. The trade is still valid. You just have to understand the contract size and risk of the trade. I don't want you to have a $10,000 account and risk $6,000 on a trade. That's ridiculous. Okay? So keep that in mind. So let me give you another example. This is ServiceNow. Where do you think this won't drop to? We think we're bullish, right? The stock's going up. Now, where do we think it won't drop to? And I know a lot of you guys right off the bat, I see you guys are coming right into the support level. I like where your heads are at, right? 265, a little bit under support of right here. 275, a lot of you guys are right underneath this support. 275, boy, a lot of 275s, couple of 255s, 250, 260, 270, 265. So I would say the majority of you guys are right in this window right here, and that makes sense. Now, let me show you where I did the trade. I actually did this trade at 260, all the way down here. Now, you might ask, Ron, why all the way down there? It depends on the trade. I look for options that have at least a 60% chance of finishing out of the money. There are some times when options get very, very pricey, and I can sell an option that has an 80% chance of finishing out of the money, 90%, and still maintain the proper risk-reward ratio that I look for. This trade I did 7 contracts on. I brought in $1,400 in credit. I exited the trade in 10 days. That's the typical trade right there. So again, you can kind of see the transaction, and I happen to use Thinkorswim. On July 1st, I entered the trade for $2. On July 10th, I exited for $1. And by the way, for some of you that are looking, you might ask, well, how do you get out of the trade? Well, now you know. I get out at 50% profit. I sell something for $2, I get out of it at $1. If I sell it for $5, I buy it back at $2.50. Okay? Stock only went up 5%, but a 12.5% return. Now, let's flip the script here. This was late last year as we started getting into fall and winter. The market started getting toppy. Our indicators here at VectorVest told us that the market might be topping. So we started looking for trades like QSR who might be topping at the time. So this is a trade that I was thinking that the stock would go down on. So you got to flip your mind here. Where do you think the stock won't go up to in this case? Here's the high, right around 80. You got 81, 82, 85. Where would you feel comfortable kind of drawing the line in the sand here? 80, 82. Charlotte, you mentioned 80. Steve, 82, 90. 90 is a little far. 83, Phil, 81, 82. I would say a lot of you guys are in this 81 to 82 range. And ladies as well. I got some ladies in here. Regine, 80, 82. Jerry, Joe, 82. Giles. All right. Well, here's where I did it. I did the trade at $80. Okay. Now, again, I'm not just picking these numbers at random. I'm using the internal probabilities of options. And I know that that option has a 60% chance or better of finishing out of the money. I took in 75 cents on this trade, 12 contracts. I brought in $900 in premium. I got out of that trade in 1 day. 21% return, even though the stock only dropped down about 3%. You can kind of see again the trade scenario here, September 3rd, September 4th. So sometimes they happen quick. Most of the time it's a 7 to 10 day process, just so you know. Okay? So let me introduce another client that I've worked with in the past. His name's Jim. Prior to working with me, he said his results were inconsistent. He felt unsatisfied. He kept thinking there had to be something else out there that he was missing or was better. Have you ever felt that way? There's something more out there. He said he wanted to find a way to supplement what he was doing and would provide a more regular income with a better degree of success. After learning this, he went out and said he had 21 winners in a row and returned 76% in 8 months. His average trade only lasted 8 days. Can you imagine how to go from inconsistent to where you have 21 trades that are winners in a row? And it's not because I'm teaching you the latest and greatest technical analysis. It's because you're putting on trades that statistically have a better chance of success. That's what it's all about. So let me ask you another question. What would having an income system like this allow you to do? I want you guys to give me a couple answers. What could you do with an income system like this? I can tell you this. It provides me a very, very comfortable existence. I get worried just like a lot of other people do in the coronavirus thing. Or, is my wife going to be working? Am I going to be working? It provides me a stable, reliable income source to where I can sleep better at night, even at my young 44 years of age. That's what it has for me. And that's why I love doing this. Yeah, ensure healthcare access, Gary. Fire my money manager, Kevin. Optimize retirement funds, Ashwin. Sleep better, Leo. Exactly. Maybe move somewhere warm, Robert. Oh, man, you and me both, right? I'm still in Northeast Ohio. It's kind of funny in that I'm going to give you an anecdote. 2 weeks ago, we had a tornado here. We came within an eighth of a mile of my house. The next day, it snowed. Welcome to Ohio. Ron, capital preservation. Stay home, Regine. Excellent. Andre, have time for anything. Feeling comfortable and maybe take more and bigger risk. Well, we don't want to do that. Cool. Okay, good. Retire, Diane, you said. Pay my car payment, Phil. Maybe a nicer car. Okay? It allows you to have more flexibility. Now, that was Jim. What about you? We said before that buying is gambling and selling is about controlling risk and putting the odds of success in your favor. The options paycheck system makes sure that you have a guaranteed maximum risk. And it all goes back to whether you'd be the gambler or the casino. Now keep in mind, the house always wins in the end. Let's put this together. I want to show you how you can have a bulletproof system in which you can do this in as little as 15 minutes a day. And this is important because the big question I get asked is, how much time is this going to take me? Here's the question, or here's the challenge, really. There's thousands of stocks. You got to be able to find out how to pick the right stock, apply the right strategy, know when to get in, the expiration, the price, what to do if it goes against you, how to get out. When you have to go all that, sometimes you can't find trades very easily if you don't know what to look for. There's so much information out there, you think it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Or it takes a lot of time. You can spend countless hours researching trades if you don't know what to look for, or if you go from guru to guru looking for advice. Ultimately, you feel like you're trading blindly. You're like a mouse running through the maze, bumping into wall after wall. You don't know where to go. It's stressful. It's disheartening. What you want is good results fast. Get that income in as little as 15 minutes a day. But you need a system, not just any system. You need a straight line system, a really simple way to know when to place your trades, how to find the trades, how to set them up, how to manage them. So let me walk you through the pieces of the option paycheck system and the order they go in. Now, no one else teaches option selling this way. This is like the secret sauce, if you will. There are 6 pieces of the puzzle. The top 5 build on each other, and then that 6th one ties them really all together. So at the top of the system is market direction. A lot of traders ignore this, and they just go out and place trades. I deal with this a lot with my students. Ron, what about this? What about this? It's not following market direction. You're going to be placing trades that are either bullish, bearish, or neutral, and you have to know the overall market's direction first. By doing this, you are narrowing your focus down. Instead of looking at everything, you're only looking at 3 possible scenarios. During the market crash, we were doing bearish trades. During this run, now we're doing bullish trades, right? We're focusing our attention and trading along with the overall market direction. Okay, we have a timing signal built in that we use to tell us the market's direction. That's step number 1. That helps you put probability even more in your favor. After you know the direction of the market, you want to find stocks that are highly likely to move in the same direction. So just trading the stocks you know, listening to gurus, reading IBD, Wall Street Journal, it's not the best choice. What you want to do is find good stocks already in uptrends when the market's rising, bad stocks that are in downtrends when the market's falling. Now, our options paycheck system saves a lot of time in 2 ways. We're going to look at 2 main things, fundamentals and price trend. We have pre-built searches in VectorVest that we use instead of digging through the data the institutions simply throw at you. Now, the next step, once you have that list of stocks, you want a way to select the best ones for your option trading. Earlier, we looked at how big of an effect volatility had on an option price. Our paycheck system focuses on selling options with volatility in the upper end of the range, but we don't stop there. To take even more risk out of the trade, we filter those out with upcoming earnings announcements, and we make sure the expiration date is in our sweet spot. Now, you can use tools from a broker to help, but we use a proprietary search tool which finds these candidates in really just a matter of seconds. The next step, trade setup. We pick the one that has the highest probability of success, using strike prices that give us the biggest credit and are far enough away that you have a very, very little chance of losing. And this is the most important thing, by the way, the risk reward. We make sure to have the best possible risk to reward ratio. I'm not going to take a trade where I can make $1,000 but I have to risk $10,000. Okay? It doesn't work that way. And by the way, if you're interested, my average trade is a $750 winner and my biggest losses are about $1,000. So I'm not taking on huge risks to do this. I wouldn't do this trade if I had to do that. That's what I mean by risk reward. We're going to show you how to find and show you how to have those good trades like that. Now, before you place a trade, you need to know what's going to happen if the trade goes for you or against you. You don't ever want to be sitting in a trade feeling frozen like a deer in the headlights because you don't know what to do. Our option paycheck system has rules to take profits at predefined levels. You saw that with some of the trades I showed you earlier. And if a trade goes against us, we have an adjustment strategy that can bring in more income to minimize the loss, or you don't have to do any adjustment at all. You can just exit the trade at the stop price. We also know exactly when to exit the trade. And as I mentioned, the sixth thing is how it ties together. You want to do this quickly. You don't want to be spending all day on the process. You need a tool that allows you to do these things fast. It should be something that you're comfortable using. Some brokers have tools that are better than others. You might also find some paid tools to be effective. I like to use Options Pro from VectorVest. It saves me a lot of time to get this done. Now, earlier we talked about Mike and Jim. Each one of them is getting the results in about 15 minutes a day. So is Hugh. He told me that one of his biggest struggles was finding a system that was efficient and worked. He said he wanted to seek that proper balance between trading and free time. He was retired, so he didn't want to go back to work again. Are you like that? Do you spend too much time doing things that you don't want to do and not enough time doing things you want to do? I try to tell my wife that all the time, but she doesn't understand. No, honey, it's the weekend. We're not supposed to be doing anything. Now that Hugh has learned the option paycheck system of selling options, he said he has more confidence, more free time, and he can have more fun. In his first 43 trades, he had 38 winners and returned over 26 grand in 4 months. That's the idea of efficiency. Now again, what I want you to do, I want you to look at this 6-step process. So take your pen, don't write on your screen by the way, make notes. I want you to put a little star next to the part of your system where you're good at. For example, if you already have a quick way to find stocks likely to go in the direction of the market, great. You've got good at stock finder and market direction. But if there's an area where you need to work on, put a little frowny face. For example, you don't know how to manage or repair trades. Frowny face on trade management. You have no idea what option to sell. Option selection and trade management. I don't want you to overthink it. Take about 10 seconds and give yourself a star or frown. I'm willing to bet that maybe 1 in 100 investors will ever know how to do this. All right, let me ask you guys for some responses. What areas do you need to work on? Where are your frowny faces? Okay, trade management. Verinda, I hope I pronounced your name right. If not, I'm sorry. You said no knowledge. That's okay. Again, no knowledge is good. I can build from that. Ashish, option selection. All of them, Charlotte. Jerry, trade setup. Trade management, Robert. Harshad, you mentioned all frowny faces, frowny faces, trade management and speed. All areas, Mahendra. Steve, everything. Trade setup, Jason. Guido, you mentioned all marks at market direction. No knowledge, Peg. Rob, all of them. Trade management, Mark. Gary, option selection. Trade management, being able to take profit. That's all management. That's good, Mark. All right, good. Rusty on everything, Diane. John, you mentioned management repair. Trade management, getting out. Randy, trade setup and selection, Leo. All right, so that's a good mix. This is good information. You guys need to know this. But ultimately, if you want to have an income system, I got to get you to the point where you have stars all the way down. Because once you do it, you will be able to generate income every month and do it in less than 15 minutes a day. So I can't know why your exact reason for coming to today's webinar is, but I'm going to make some guesses. Maybe you really haven't known what to do and you feel like you've been trading blindly, bumping into one wall into the next, leaving you with inconsistent results. Maybe you've been suffering through loss after loss and those small losses are starting to kill your portfolio. Maybe the money coming in isn't exceeding the money going out. Maybe you're just not where you want to be. Today I showed you the secret to fix that. A secret, again, that I bet only 1 in 100 investors will ever know. And now you're one of them. You saw it's possible how to win even when you're wrong. Doing it with little risk, even less risk than buying and selling stocks. And you saw the system that can generate consistent income each month. I showed you just a few of the many, many people who use the system every day so they never have to worry about income again. You saw over and over the secret to generating consistent income is to shift from being the gambler to being the casino. Now remember, you're now going to be the one investor out of 100 who knows this. That means there's 99 other people out there that will continue to do things wrong. They'll be buying options and making the mistakes that we talked about. Now, listen, we can't stop them from doing it. And there's always going to be those investors out there who will buy options incorrectly. Let them be the gamblers. As long as there will be those gamblers, we'll be the casino. Because remember the old saying, the house always wins in the end. The option paycheck system teaches you how to stack probability of success in your favor. So if you're like most people, you're probably wondering, how do I implement the options paycheck system in my portfolio right now? Well, you have a choice. You can choose to do nothing. Stay exactly where you are. If you already have enough to retire, you're not worried about running out of money, then maybe you don't need the paycheck system. But if you'd like to make some extra money every month, that leaves you with two other options. Option two is you can do it alone. You can try to learn how option trades work, try to figure out the direction of the market, learn how to analyze thousands of stocks, hope you pick the right one, manage it correctly. If you're willing to work very, very hard, spend hours in front of your computer and willing to learn by trial and error, you might be able to pull it off. Option number three is to simply let us show you how to do it. I'll walk you through each piece of the option paycheck system, and in just a few weeks, you'll have a simple system to follow that doesn't take a lot of time. So of those three options, ask yourself what's going to be easy for you. There's two types of people. Person number one is someone who dreams about your financial goals but never takes action or does anything to make it happen. Person number two, you're serious about your financial future. You're ready to take action when you see an opportunity in front of you. Since you've dedicated enough to be with me to this point, I'm willing to bet that you're person number two. That makes me think you're the perfect candidate to get started on your first options paycheck. So let me explain what we put together for you. First and foremost is our options paycheck course. This is a complete A to Z system designed to teach you the entire system so you can generate consistent income each month, basically so you can live the lifestyle you want. Our clients who've taken this are making an average of 3% per month. Some guys who trade a little bit more, they're more active, they go anywhere from 5 to 15% with that over 80% success rate. And it's taking them less than an hour a week. We're going to start by building a strong option foundation. So for some of you that have never done this before, we're going to start you out by building this right. You're going to know how calls and puts work, what to use in the system, and what things to look for. You'll be able to confidently use calls and puts in your trades. Modules 2 and 3, you're going to know how to create income trades that have that 70% chance or better success rate. Module 4, you're going to know how to quickly find and select the best stocks and indexes to trade. Module 5, you'll know which stocks make the best option candidates and how to set up your trades. Now, Module 6, you're no longer going to be a deer in the headlights if the trade goes against you. You're going to learn a trade management game plan so you always know what to do. By the way, I'm also going to teach you allocation so you're not putting, too much risk on, how many contracts to trade, all of that stuff to maintain consistency. And then in Module 7, it's time to place your trades. I'm going to show you how brokers work so you make sure you put the orders in correctly. I take you through beginning to end. I also put everything into what's called a checklist so you'll never miss a step. So when you're first starting out, it's always comforting having that security blanket to make sure that you did everything right. Before we talk about the low price of the course, though, let me make it even more low risk for you. Keep in mind, we have a 100% money back guarantee on the course. You can go through the entire course, and if you're not satisfied that we taught you how to profit using options, you can get your money back. There's completely no risk. But you got to do the work, though, because we know if you do, you will get the results. If you don't do the work, that means coming to the modules, watching the videos, then you won't be eligible for a refund. Now, the reason why I have such a tight refund policy is because I only want to work with people who are excited to jump in, they're going to do the work, and they're going to get results. But again, I put my money where my mouth is. If you don't see it at the end, I do offer you a money-back guarantee. I want to attract serious people. So when I make that refund policy where you have to go through the course and do the work, I only want to attract people that are serious about getting results. When you do this, you'll be learning a system that can generate 3% per month. That's 36% per year. Our coaching students, our coaching class that I do my live trades in, I'm up about 15% for the year so far. Last year we did about 58% for the year. So we're meeting our goals, and it doesn't take a lot of time to do this every week. I got a great email. This is awesome. Joe sent me an email. He took my Facebook or my class last year. He said, Ron, I'm not much for going on Facebook and bragging about my results, but I wanted to share with you my results since taking your fall class. I've closed out of 87 trades with 64 winners. Profited over 21 grand while starting with an $85,000 account. I've traded for many years with no real plan and mixed results. I can't thank you enough for this class and what it can do. Keep up the good work. Listen, if I told Joe I'd give him 21 grand in exchange for 2 grand, do you think he would take it? Would you take it? Of course. I'm going to be making you an even better offer than that, as you'll soon see. Now, before I tell you any more about it, I want to point something out. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's not something where you expect to become a millionaire in the next 24 hours. It's serious. It requires some effort on your part. If you're not going to commit to it, then don't do it. It's not for you. This is for serious people who take their investing seriously and who are willing to put in the time to learn the system. So if you're serious about this, ready to do the work and get the results, the Options Paycheck course is perfect for you. You're going to get the entire course delivered live to you week by week. Plus, if you can't make the live sessions or don't want to come to live sessions with us, you get recorded sessions as well. So you can do it live or you can do it via our recordings. It has a value of $19.90. That's where I said, hey, $2,000 for 21, I think you would take that trade. I want to throw in some bonuses here too. I've mentioned a few times the S&P 500, right? I have a system, and if you're worried it might be too much, I'm going to include this bonus. It's called the SPX Paycheck. This is where I take the entire course and I boil it down into something you can do in 15 minutes a week. I am serious about this. One trade type, one ticker symbol, one setup rule, one profit rule, one stop criteria. Simple and easy. Most of the trades that we did during the coronavirus collapse, by the way, to make that 6 grand were S&P trades. My teammate Brian, he taught this to his 14-year-old daughter and she was able to pull it off. For many of my students, this is the system they focus on, nothing else. And they can generate that 3% per month on average. Now, that's just one bonus. I also offer 7 what we call live mastery support sessions. I will be there every week to help you implement modules week by week and guide you through the process. If you can't make, again, the live sessions, it's not a big deal. Send me your questions ahead of time. We'll send you recordings of the session. So whether you do it live or recorded, it doesn't really make a difference. You are going to get the full benefit of the Options Paycheck. Another bonus, private Facebook community. Once you join, you'll be invited to join our private Facebook community purely dedicated to investors just like you going through the course. Plus, you're going to get an additional 12 months of support from me after the course ends because I do monthly Facebook presentations to our alumni to make sure you're on pace and keeping up with the program. So I show up live each month and do a Q&A. That Facebook community is yours forever, quite frankly. I'm always on there with my alumni. Now this, I think, is big. We're going to give you access to our members-only group coaching program. Now, this is an exclusive group of my coaching clients, and I'm going to give you access to these coaching sessions for the 7 weeks of the Options Paycheck. You are going to see in real time how I find, select, and set up my option income trades. Basically, each week, you're going to see trade recommendations. Okay, it's not our trade recommendation service, but these are trades that I'm taking and how to manage them in real time. You're going to see how we set up the trades, manage them, how we follow them. Remember those trades that I told you that made over 6 grand during that coronavirus sell-off? Those were trades we did live in class. Those weren't just like, hey, you could do this. We did this with our students. You're going to get access to that too. So you're going to see how this can be done in real time. Now, I talked earlier about the speed and efficiency tools. You're going to receive access to the software I use, namely VectorVest and Options Pro. If you currently don't have any of those tools, we'll make sure you have access to them for the course. Earlier, I mentioned the last part of your system is to use a tool for speed. Listen, you can use tools that your broker provides. I like to use VectorVest and Options Pro because it's faster. I use VectorVest to scan the entire market to find the right stocks. I use a piece of software called Options Pro to find the best return, overpriced options, high probability, low risk. It makes it much faster. Now, combined, these two are valued at $591. During the period of the live course, if you don't have access to them, we're going to turn it on for you starting the first day of the class. Okay. Now, it's important to note that after the class is over, you do not need these tools to have success. We give you these tools during the class because it's much easier that we all learn from the same platform. There's nothing that you can't take with you beyond the Options Paycheck course that you can't do with Thinkorswim, E-Trade, Schwab. We just want to make sure you understand it from one universal platform. Now, during the course, I saw a lot of you guys mention and ladies mention that you've never traded options before. If you are worried that this is a little bit over your head, I am going to offer you as a bonus our Options Foundation course. So if you're new to options, I'm going to teach you 4 core trades of buying calls, buying puts, selling calls, and selling puts. Okay? That way, when the Paycheck course begins in May, you can start this tomorrow. If you sign up with us tonight, you can start the foundation course. It's just something that you watch on video. You can go through this before the first day of the options paycheck. So if you're new on options, this will give you a foundation of how options work. You can begin going through this tomorrow. Okay? So for those of you that are new, that's something that you can do ahead of time before the live curriculum starts. So let me kind of review what the offer is here. You get the full options paycheck 7-module 7-week course. You get the SPX paycheck bonus, 7 live mastery support sessions, my weekly coaching group and trade recommendations, access to both VectorVest and Options Pro software, the Facebook group, and then the 12 months of Q&A, and then that Options Foundation course for those of you that need a head start. Okay? The total value of this is about $6,800. So here's the opportunity. Give me 7 weeks. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and work with a couple hundred people who are serious about generating income. If you choose to be one of them, together we're going to create an income system in your portfolio, even if you've never had success before. You've spent about an hour with me today. So if you want to join me, have me take you through hand by hand and help you install this option income system in your portfolio, then instead of $6,000, the early bird price for this course is $995. You can go to optionspaycheck.com and get registered for it. It's a special early bird price. However, you have spent the hour with me, so I want to kind of pay you and reward you for that. So here's what I'm going to do just for you guys. If you order before the end of the webinar today, instead of paying $995, I'll knock an extra $100 off of it, so you can do it for $895. Now that $895 price is even lower than our elite pricing for the course, so that means you're going to get the full course, 1-year access to the course, 7 live mastery successions, access to software, SPX bonus, all of that stuff for $895. Now that $895 will only be for those who registered before we finish the Q&A today, so you got a little bit more time left if you're going to stick around for the Q&A. If not, go to optionspaycheck.com, sign up for it, let us know. Okay, optionspaycheck.com and click register and take advantage of that fast action $100 off. I want you to ask yourself, what will it cost you not to do this? How much money will you lose out by learning by trial and error? And how much potential profit are you going to miss out on? How much time and energy are you going to spend trying to do this on your own? Then ask yourself, how would things be different if you did it and it actually worked? There's a saying that the best time to plant an oak tree is 20 years ago, so you can be sitting under it now. The second best time is today. It's not too late to begin to prepare yourself for retirement and to learn how to generate income. It's one of those deciding days in your life. Will it be the day you decide to take action, set yourself up for secure retirement, or will it be the day that you look back and saying, hey, I squandered a great opportunity to create income? I hope you don't regret the decision that you make. Don't miss the opportunity, because I really do look forward to working with you in class. So again, go to optionspaycheck.com, get yourself registered now before the registration closes. Remember that $895 price is only available while we're live on the webinar. It's even lower than our elite pricing, so if you've never taken the Options Paycheck course before and you want the lowest price, now's the time. After this webinar is over, it goes back to $995, so don't wait or you'll miss out. And remember, it has a 100% money back guarantee, so the risk is all on me. Okay? Optionspaycheck.com, fill in the details and get registered. Now, if you know this is right for you, and if you're interested and you're going to be joining me, do me a favor. Type 2 words in the chat box, 2 simple words. I'm in. Because I'd love to welcome you guys to the class by your name. I'm really going to be looking forward to working with you guys over these 7 weeks. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring in my associate, my colleague, Brian. He's been in the background doing questions and answers with the rest of my colleagues, and we're going to have kind of a live or an open Q&A session at this point.
All right. Hello, Ron.
Hello, Brian. Right on cue.
We've got a lot of people typing in. It's great when you see this amount of excitement like right out of the gate. It's like Charlotte said I'm in, Bobby, Shantanu, uh, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Ashish says I'm in. Benjamin says in. Terry's I'm in with a bunch of exclamation points. Elizabeth, Joseph, John, Ron, Wayne, all say I am in. So welcome aboard to all of you. Ron. Did I miss any? Did you see? Did you see any more?
I see. They're flying in.
So, even Blander was just like, oh, I'm in. I'm in Canada. So those of you who are in, just a couple of quick notes before we get to the questions, and we'll answer the questions that you've typed in regarding this offer. Keep an eye on your email, because you'll get a welcome email with all the links that you need. You get a link to the course. You'll get a link to the foundation course, and you could, like Ron said, you could start going through that tomorrow. Now, by the way, if you're brand new to VectorVest and you don't have a username and password yet, you'll need to create that. It usually takes about 24 hours to get that all done. So give us about 24 hours for that. But if you already have a username and password, you can hop right in and start doing things immediately. All right. So keep an eye in your email for those things. And the only other thing I'll mention is, Ron, we've got people saying that they've taken the class before, which is awesome. They've taken it before and they wanted to take it again. And we also have some people who are members of your coaching group, that you were mentioning to everybody that you have that coaching group. If you're in that situation like they are, right? If you're an alumni of this course, or if you're in Ron and Jim's coaching group, you actually can get this course for $495, right? We call it a refresher rate for alumni. If you've taken this course, we sent you an email this week with a discount code. Check your email for that discount code. If for some reason you can't find it, just send us a note in the chat and John will help you out to the best of his ability in the chat box. All right, so just go to the chat box if you can't find the email and we could help you out that way as well. All right, so Ron, a couple of questions for you.
Shoot.
That have come in. People were saying that you teach this course live. So one of the questions was, when is it? Like, when does it start? When are the dates? How long are the sessions? Things like that.
Good questions. That's a good question. Let's talk about it, actually. Here's the schedule. So again, we do the course week by week. So if you view the recordings, if you view it live with us, here's when it starts. Class number 1 is May 7th at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's module number 1. And then the second week, when we go into module 2, we shift it every week at Tuesday. So that's module 2, module 3, module 4, module 5, module 6, and module 7. We have found that, teaching it week by week really offers the best retention. So we don't just throw all the information at you to kind of go at it. We teach it step by step. So the course starts May 7th. Ends June 16th. These are the live modules when they're taught. And again, if you can't make the live modules, it's not really a big deal because everything's recorded. You'll be able to access the recordings and all that kind of stuff to get everything down. Now, that's the live course modules. I mentioned we also do what's called a live mastery. The mastery session, the first one is on Monday, May 11th. That's at noon Eastern Time. And the reason why I do them at noon is because as we get into the options course, I like to use real-time data as we're setting up trades. So that's the Module 1 mastery session. Module 2 through Module 7s, we shift it over to Friday, and those are going to be at noon. So your last one would be June 19th. My birthday. So the last one would be June 19th.
All right. And Ron, I answered a question from somebody earlier who said that they work during the day and they're not able to attend the sessions. I guess, so number one is that okay? Like, will they still be able to learn? And will they, he specifically asked about those Friday sessions. He wanted to know if there's a recording of those.
Absolutely. Everything that is options paycheck oriented, you're going to get a recording for. So if you can't make my, on Monday at 2:00, I have a live credit spread class that I do to teach people how to implement the paycheck. If you can't view that, I record it for you. If you're not going to be there for the mastery session, I record it for you. You don't even have to view the live sessions. You can send me emails. I can discuss your questions in the mastery sessions. You can send it on Facebook, send us emails to our email. You are set even if you can't view one live course out of this whole thing.
All right. And Ron, one of the questions that came in a while, not, I want to say a while ago, it feels like a while ago, they were asking, kind of in the same line. I don't know if they were working, but they just wanted to know how much time will this take? And I always like to have it addressed a couple of ways. Can you address it, and how much time do they need to dedicate while they're learning it? Like, I think he said that can he dedicate time on the weekends to go through it?
Oh,
And
absolutely.
part
Okay,
two would be, part two would be after the class. How much time would it take to implement what you teach them?
Okay. So to start, part one, give yourself 3 to 4 hours a week. That's really it. 3 to 4 hours a week is going to let you watch the module, whether you do it live or via the recording, let you watch the recording of the mastery session, because those are the two big things that you need to watch to make sure you're implementing and getting things rolling. Between those two classes and the what I like to call a homework. Now, you don't have to turn the homework in or anything, but every week in class, I give you something to start what we call implementing the trades. So between doing that, between watching the videos, give yourself 3 to 4 hours a week to do this. Now, after the class is over, how much time do you want to put into trading? Well, that's up to you. If you're going to focus after you learn the S&P system to just the S&P trades, really, you're only going to have to dedicate about 15 minutes a week to trading. It's really not that difficult. The reason, by the way, that I kind of created the options paycheck, I was a day trader for a long, long time, and I did it very well. I made money consistently as a day trader, but it required me to be in front of my computer for like 6 hours a day, and that gets old after a while. I, too, did not want to be tied to my computer anymore, so I kind of transitioned to options. I probably spend about 2 hours a week in trading. Now, I spend 2 hours because all the trades that I do with my customers. So I walk them through the trade selection. I kind of walk them through that. If I wasn't doing it with my clients, I would be in and out with all of my trades and probably less than an hour a week. And I trade S&P indexes. I trade lots of stocks. Once you get the hang of this, and because I give you a checklist that makes it easier, really, you can get this down to less than an hour a week if you want to do stocks and indexes. If you just want to focus on indexes, I can tell you you're going to be doing this for less than an hour a week. It's really that simple. The whole purpose of this was to make sure that you're not sitting in front of your computer all day looking for this stuff, because that's not what I want to do anymore.
All right. Now, Ron, you mentioned earlier while you were going through all the bonuses, and I think you mentioned it when you showed that option foundation course, but I think it's worth repeating for the people who are asking. And earlier in the webinar, they were typing in that they're new to options, like they're brand new, they've maybe placed a couple, or they're just brand new. Can someone like that be successful with this offer?
I believe you can. I don't even think that you need to do the option foundation course if you really didn't want to. As long as you are willing to follow rules, you have the information that you need in the options paycheck course to be successful at this. You do. And I personally like working with beginners because, I'll use my golf analogy. It's a time-tested analogy that I've used for a long time, but I took up golf when I was like 34, 35. I'm not that good of a golfer, but I love the game. I wish that instead of just going out and practicing golfing, I would have invested in lessons right off the bat, because I wouldn't have to worry about getting rid of all those terrible habits I've picked up trying to learn the game on my own. A new option trader for me is great because I can teach you how to do this without making those trial and error and silly mistakes and have to work that out of your system. So I think that a beginner can do this course as long as you're willing to follow the rules, as long as you're willing to ask questions, be quick to ask for help along the way. I think a beginner can do this without question.
All right, perfect. So just quick recap of some pricing things. This $895 price is a discounted price. It is even lower than our elite pricing, and it's only available while we're live. All right, so it's going to be turned off and go back to $995 when we're done. $995 is our elite pricing. So all of you who are in today's webinar, if you are an elite member, your price would always be $995. So this price right now is lower than your typical rate. The only other price that is lower than this are for people who have taken the course before, right? They're called alumni. We have an alumni discount. We sent an alumni discount code to all of you. If you can't find it in your email, let John know in the chat box. He's helping out in the background with me. Let him know that you need that you've taken this specific course, not just any course at VectorVest, but if you've taken the Paycheck course in the past, you can get an alumni discount and get it down to $495. Okay. All right. Other questions that I flagged, Ron. We seem to have a bunch of people who are overseas. We have people here from the UK, from Australia, which is awesome to see. So the question, I guess, multiple questions is: can people from overseas and from other countries implement these techniques? So let's just start with that one. Can they implement these techniques?
Short answer, yes. There are options in Australia, options in Europe that have enough liquidity to do this. So it can be done. Now, I will tell you this, that you're going to have a little bit less trading opportunities when you're trading options that trade in Europe and Australia. There's not the liquidity that there is here in the States. So what we have found is a lot of our clients that are in Australia, the UK, Europe, Canada, a lot of them trade US options because that's kind of, the old expression, that's where the money is, because that's where all the liquidity is. So there's nothing that I'm going to teach you that are like, this can only be done on a US option. You can do that on the Australian option markets. You can do it on the UK option markets. The only thing that you're going to have a little bit more trouble with is finding a lot of opportunities because of the liquidity. So it works, but you're just going to have less opportunity because there's not a lot of volume overseas.
All right. Oh, by the way, I see about 5, 6, 7 people who are alumni saying that they didn't get the code. I'm not sure if John's going to be able to keep up with all of the requests in the chat box. There's a couple other things you could do. Is we have the Facebook group, the alumni Facebook group. You could post in there asking for the discount code, or you could send us an email to the private email address we gave you when you were a student of the course, and we'll be able to answer you that way as well. All right. Ron Wheeler.
Oh, one quick real quick thing, by the way.
Yeah.
And for those of you guys that are have done this course before and are thinking about the refresher, the cool thing about the refresher is you get all the same stuff. You get the Options Pro back. You get VectorVest back if you don't have it. You get all that stuff. You get involved in my mentoring and coaching program again. So it's kind of a good way to get back on track at a very, very low price. So the refresher rate's great for that. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, we only allow one refresher every 12 months. So that might be why some of you, if you've taken a refresher, we don't allow you just to keep taking refreshers every time we launch the course. So just keep that in mind. Bobby, yes, you can join the Facebook group immediately. We'll send you an email probably today with a link to it. Give us about 24, maybe up to 48 hours to get you into the group. We have an assistant overseas helping us. He's one of our virtual assistants overseas helping us do this. So give us about 24 hours or so to get you into that Facebook group. Ron, going back to the other questions that I had flagged, you had mentioned that in module 7, you teach about brokers and how to enter trades. People want to know, how much support do you give for the different brokers?
I mean, I'll be honest, limited, because the one nice thing about brokers is they love when you trade. So I usually leave the in-depth brokerage stuff to the brokers, but anything I'm going to show you, I actually have videos for Thinkorswim, and I have videos for IB and videos for like E-Trade. I'm going to give you a limited amount of support on that just so you guys know how to put orders in and things like that. I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts of teaching like Thinkorswim and E-Trade and, Schwab and all that kind of stuff. But I will leave you with enough information that you can put the trades on. But the brokers are more than happy to schedule time with you. You'll know exactly what to ask for. But I do kind of give you the basic rundowns of what you're going to be looking for in your broker software. Now, for those of you who use Thinkorswim, you'll probably get even a little bit more benefit of this because that's who I use, and I could be a little bit more direct. But I'm going to give you enough information where you'll be able to place the trades.
All right. I don't remember. I don't have it checked off on my list. The I might have asked you this already, Ron. Sorry if I forgot. Somebody who's brand new to options, you were saying that they could be successful. Did I already ask you that?
You did. The answer
Okay.
is yes.
I did not. I got all these questions written down and flagged. I must have not checked that one off. All right. So we had the just a clarification for you, Charlotte. You're saying that you get the Options Foundation course, and yes, that is correct. When we say it's starting soon, you could access. It's a recorded course. You will get access to it like as soon as you sign up. And if you already have a VectorVest username and password, you could jump into that recorded course immediately and start going through it. If you don't have a username and password yet for VectorVest, it'll take about 24 hours to get that set up. So most likely you could be in there tomorrow or the next day going through that course. And this $895 is US dollars. Yes, it is US dollars. All right. Let's see. Sorry about that, Ron. I lost my place on all the questions here. How about this? I'm going to put a little flag on my screen. If you had asked a question a while back and I missed it, can you just copy and paste it again so I can find it? So like if you're on the fence and you're trying to think about whether this is good for you, let us know now. You know, let Ron know, let me know, and we'll answer your question. If you're in and we did not call you out by name, type that in as well. Just type I'm in, like Shantanu typed in, I've just signed up. So there's probably a bunch of you who are in and I just totally missed your name. So just let us know. Just say I'm in, like Mark just typed in I'm in. Welcome aboard. All right, so Harshad typed in, I'm on a trial month of VectorVest. If I get the course, can I stop my VectorVest current subscription? Well, Harshad, what we'll do is most likely, if you're on a trial, just restart that trial. Now, I will say this. If you know that your trial is going to end in the next couple of days, you should call our team and make sure that it gets extended. But if you know that you still got a couple of weeks left on it, then we'll take care of it for you. Avery was like, says, hey, John, I'm registering as an alumni. Please make sure I get the special discount. Yep. So if you qualify, Avery, and you're doing it, you're good to go. Diane says, if now isn't a good time, can I start at a different date? Yeah, that's always the thing, Diane, is there's the benefit of doing it now if you can, but then there's if you have to wait, it's going to be several months before we do it again. All right, so you got to weigh that. What is it? The opportunity cost of waiting. All right, so we won't do it again for months down the road, but if now's not a good time, right? Whenever it is a good time, that's going to be the right time, right? We want to make sure you give it your all. Jason says, I signed up for an options course, which starts on May 1st. What's the difference in the courses? I don't remember which
Jumpstarter
one. Is that the Jumpstarter 1-day course? Ron, why don't you touch on that one? What would you say in your opinion, the difference between the Jumpstarter course and your options paycheck?
Well, the big thing is the paycheck course is all about selling. The options Jumpstarter is going to be a course that kind of teaches you the idea of option buying. You're going to be buying calls and buying puts. It's not really income. It's basically just option speculation. Basically, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, by the way, but it's just a different approach. You're going to be buying those calls, kind of doing the opposite of what we do here for the options paycheck. So it's not going to be income based. It's not going to be probability. You're not going to be entering trades that you have a 60, 70% chance of success. So it's just a different idea. It's a different concept of being an options trader. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's just you have to kind of decide which direction you want to be in. Now, a lot of people that took the options Jumpstarter course, which is it's all about buying options. It's a good first class, quite frankly. They learn how to be a good option buyer. That way, when options are ripe for buying, you know how to buy them. Then they take the paycheck class, and now they know how to be an options seller. It's kind of just like completing your options education, if you will. Which one you start with, completely up to you, quite frankly. It doesn't make a difference.
All right. Kazia says, I just signed up as well.
Welcome.
Kiran says, I am in. Benjamin says, I'm in. John says, I'm on board. Harshad says, I'm in. So welcome to all of you. You've got a great teacher in Ron Wheeler. He will make sure that you learn this, and he cares about the success of every one of his students. He's not just in here, pop in when the class starts, pop out when it's done. He makes sure that your questions get answered and you are as successful as he can help make you be.
So Brian, you're saying I can't use teacher's aides this time?
No.
I'm just kidding. I make that joke, but no, seriously. One of the reasons why I always like to see who's in is because, listen, we're going to be spending a lot of time together in the next 7, when this class starts in May. You guys are basically my family. And, I take a lot of ownership of that. I want to see you guys succeed. I love trading. I love doing this. I love sharing this kind of stuff. So it is. I feel like we're going to be family for the next, for the next 2 months and even beyond that as we go through this together. So I really do like to see that.
All right. So the other question, I guess I didn't ask you this, Ron, but about how much capital does somebody need to do this?
Good question. Now, there's no real amount, if you will. I've had people that come through and say, Ron, I only want to put, $7,000 or $8,000 at risk in this. Is that okay? The answer is yes, it's perfectly fine. Because module 6 is going to teach you, and even the SPX class is going to teach you, that it doesn't matter how much capital you have. We tailor the trades and we structure the trades to the amount of capital that you can trade. Like I showed you earlier, Costco, you had to have a $100,000 account to trade that Costco trade at that level. But if you had a $50,000 account, you just take 6 contracts. If you have a $25,000 account, you trade 3 contracts. So there's really no amount of money that you necessarily need. Now, most brokers want a couple $1,000 to open up an account, of course, but there's really no minimum, if you will. You tailor the trades based on risk and how much capital you have. It really does work that way. So now, one thing I would tell you, just because you only have 5,000 doesn't mean I'm going to say, all right, now because you have 5,000, I'm going to make sure you make $3,000 a month. That's impossible. I can't do that. We're going to tailor the trades so you can try to make 5 or 3% per month. So if you have 10,000, do the math. If you have 100,000, do the math. So I don't want you guys to think that, it's going to be any different. We still shoot for 3%. We still have the same goals in mind, no matter how much capital you have to invest in this.
All right. And Ron, this is awesome to see. We get a bunch more people saying I'm in. Margie said I'm in. Andre RS said I just signed up. Patricia says I'm in. Timothy says I just signed up. Robert S says I'm in. Diane just typed in I'm in. So great to have you all on board. We're really excited. We can't wait to start interacting with you on Facebook. Remember that you can start while you wait. There's 2 things you could be doing: going through the Options Foundation course to just brush up on options, and hop into the Facebook group and start interacting with your fellow students, as well as myself, John, Jim, Ron. Will be in there. Like Ron said, we like to build a little family during this 7-week process.
And you'll be happy to know, Brian, I today, just a few minutes ago, joined the Facebook group.
It's a brand new group.
Yes.
We're just starting to let people in.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be approved soon.
And just everybody knows, once this class is over, then you get moved over into our alumni group. And that's where we've got people from all of the years of taking this class in that group. And you can interact with a much larger basket of people. Plus, Ron gets in that group once a month and does a live Q&A and goes into and actually shows trades and shows what's going on in the market and helps you brush up on your paycheck skills. It's like an ongoing benefit of being a paycheck student.
Yeah, it worked out well for this whole sell-off that we had, because in January when I was doing our monthly members event, and in February, I was able to basically tell people, look, the market's toppy. Here's what we should be doing. You should be controlling your risk a little bit more. I like doing it because it kind of keeps us all together, if you will.
All right. Can says, I'm taking the option Jumpstarter course now, which is about to wind down. It's getting near the end, and then there's that 1-day live stream coming up. But Can says, what's your suggestion? Take precision. Can is wondering, should I take the precision swing trading, which is a totally different type of tech trading, versus what we're doing here? So that they're
Yeah.
totally different things. And Can's like, what do you suggest, Ron? Should I do that or this?
Boy, that's a hard one. I mean, the new precision swing trading thing. I mean, it's a great course. It's just a whole different type of mentality of buying stocks and being, and being a swing trader. I guess it really just. I guess you have to ultimately decide which course that you want. Now, when I say course, not class, which course as a trader that you really want to go down. Do you want to continue working down the options side and continue learning about options? And then, then do more of the swing trading course that you can apply some of the options to? Or do you want to kind of take an option break, do the swing trading course, and then come back and maybe apply some of that to being an option seller, which you don't have to do? That's tough because those courses are such different courses, if you will. I guess it just depends on which track that you want to go down, because one's going to be option, one's basically just going to be technical analysis and things like that. So they're just kind of different, I guess you could say.
And I think the other thing is, whichever one you pick, stick with it.
Yeah.
Do one thing, focus on it. Don't try to do both. Get good at one thing.
We always use that analogy of like in the martial arts, don't practice 10,000 kicks once, practice one kick 10,000 times. And let me tell you something, as a new trader back in 97, it's one of the reasons why I lost money as a new trader is because I tried to get good at everything. And then my mentor basically said, stop that, take one trade, get good at it. When you're profitable, add another one, then add another one, then add another one. So that's kind of how I kind of stopped my losing and started making money, by just becoming good at one trade. And then I started adding things to it. So that's one thing I will definitely tell you. Focus on what you're doing and don't try to learn all of it. One thing at a time.
All right. Alice says, can we have access to the indicator program after the course is done? Well, once the course is over, if you do want to continue using VectorVest, if you don't have it now, you could subscribe to it. We do give students of this course kind of a deep discount on kind of our big coaching package, which includes all of the software you could possibly get from VectorVest. So the quick answer is that if you want to continue, you'd have to choose. We're not going to just automatically bill you for something that you don't want.
And it's also a good time to, again, kind of talk about, listen, the software that we're going to use during the course is great. It works well for speed and efficiency, but it is not something that you absolutely have to make this system work. I've been doing options like this for over a decade now, and I've only used the software packages that I use today for like the last 5 years. So I've been doing this long before Options Pro existed and long before I was at VectorVest. Now, it's nice that I have VectorVest to make things a lot easier and Options Pro to make things a lot easier. Don't get me wrong, but I still was able to make money trading options in this method without using those software packages. Sometimes I'm not a good salesperson by telling you that.
Right. Patricia's like, why are people retaking the course if it's such a good course? Well, I'll give my 2 cents. It's just like you're refining your skills. Here's a couple of scenarios, Patricia. Maybe it's not a quick answer. There are some people who take the course, and I just spoke to somebody earlier today. He was on a webinar with me. He's like, I've gone through it a couple of times, and I just haven't yet decided to pull the trigger and actually place a trade. So there are some people like that. There are some people who go through it, and we're all human. We all like kind of stray away from the rules and kind of forget things, and we just got to get refocused. And another scenario, and then I'll let Ron give his 2, 3, 4, 5 cents, would be the other thing, Patricia, is there's just so many great bonuses that come with this refresher at $4.95, and you get all of Ron's coaching and the tools all over again. That is really hard to pass up. So Ron, what would you say to Patricia, who is saying, why are people taking this over again? I thought it was such a great course.
That's a good question. And you hit on the 2 big ones. Most of the people that I see retaking it, honestly, a chunk of them they're not retaking the course to retake the course. Like Brian said, they're retaking the course to get involved in my coaching program. That kind of gets them back on and focused and gets me helping them put up trades together. They're kind of doing it for that and also repicking up the options paycheck. That's a big contingent of the people that retake the course. They get the software again, they get my coaching and all that kind of stuff. And then the second chunk of people that take the course again, a lot of them they just had life get in the way. They took the course, something happened, they didn't get a chance to really implement, and now they just want to go through it again because now they're ready to, like Brian said, to pull the trigger. They're ready to pull the trigger. And I'm going to tell you guys a very small contingent that retake the course. This is something that a lot of people don't understand and don't realize. When you are trading with a great deal of success and probability, you tend to get, I guess, you keep your eyes off the prize. When you have had 23 of 25 winning trades, 35 of 40 winning trades, a lot of times what happens is you start getting complacent. You forget that the system is what's bringing you the trade and not so much you're just really good at picking stocks. So what happens is people start getting complacent. They were in a position where they were making good money, then all of a sudden things kind of started turning against them because they find themselves not following the system properly and getting a little bit too cocky, if you know what I mean. So they want that refresher to kind of get them back in the mold, to kind of see what they're doing wrong. I never in my life would have thought that, having a good amount of success on your trades can be difficult for some people, but it really can be. Because again, people get complacent because they're not used to the system bringing them success and they start getting cocky and start breaking the rules. So they kind of get back, snapped into the system saying, all right, I got to get back to focused on this. What am I doing wrong? Here's a refresher. I can start, from scratch. Plus they get my coaching and they get all the stuff that we do. So there's a contingent. And I mean, that probably takes care of most of the people that retake our course.
All right, last couple of things. Benjamin says, I just registered. Welcome aboard. Divyang says, I just signed up. Welcome aboard to you as well. Casey says, before I do it, I'd like to know more about options before I jump in. That's totally fair enough. I have just one thing to say to that is when you sign up for this course, not only does Ron teach you about the basics of options in the first couple of modules, but you get as a bonus the Option Foundation course, which teaches you buying a call, buying a put, selling a call, selling a put, teaches you the basics. And the other thing is the money back guarantee. If you go through the course and you find we did not teach you an income system, we'll give you your money back. Okay? All that to say is you're the one who's got to make the decision whether it feels right to you or not. Now, it's a great opportunity, but if you feel you're not quite ready, then what is it the saying? Like the teacher will appear when the student is ready, something like that. I mean, when it's time, you'll feel it in your heart that it's time to do it.
And we'll be here ready. So, just keep that in mind.
Yeah. Now, it might not be every single week that we're
Right.
ready.
Yeah.
You might have to wait a couple of months, 2-3 months, but we'll be here. All right. Dorothy says, I'm in. Welcome, Dorothy. You'll get access to VectorVest end of day, maybe intraday, excuse me. And Options Pro has its own real-time data, so you'll get that with it. All right. And Vincent, you typed in something and I don't know the answer. So what I'm going to recommend you might do is give our team a call. We do have ongoing service, after the course ends, if you choose to subscribe to it. You said, what if you signed up for the regular options course for May 1st, but feel this course will align better? I would recommend you call our team and explain that. They would be able to switch your registration from one to the other. Ron and I can't do that through this webinar. I recommend that you give our team a call. I think our office closes in the next 15 minutes. So you might just want to do that tomorrow when you're available. Yeah, Casey, we don't. Ron, is there a quick answer for Casey on? It says, what's the differences between options and trading stock? Is there like a high level quick answer you have without teaching? we can't obviously teach a stock trading and an option trading course in
Yeah,
one quick answer, Casey.
yeah. I mean, honestly, to me, it's the same thing. When you're trading an option, you're just using an option as a proxy for buying or selling the stock. So to me, it's the same thing. You're still doing the same idea, just instead of buying the stock, you're buying an option, or instead of selling the stock, you're selling an option, or what have you. So I mean, trading is trading as far as I'm concerned. It's just a matter of what device you're using to trade. I guess is the best way I could put it.
All right. And with that, Ron, I think we're going to wrap things up for the night. What do you think?
That'll work for me if you are ready.
All right, man. I'm going to pass it over to you and let you wrap up. And folks, I can't wait to see you in class and on the Facebook group. And I'm going to pass it over to you, Mr. Wheeler.
All right. Thank you, Brian, as always. And thank you to my colleagues in the background who have been working diligently answering questions as well. I want to take this time just to thank you guys again for spending the last hour and 50 minutes with me. I hope you got some good stuff out of this. I see a lot of folks that are in, so I'm really looking forward to working with you guys, starting in May to get this out of the way, to get this underway. Go to Facebook, join the Facebook group if you can. If you're not a Facebook fan, which a lot of people aren't, make an anonymous account. You don't have to tell us your real name. You don't have to tell anybody your real name. But it's a good way for all of us to kind of get together and know each other in the week or so leading up to the course. But if you're not, and if you're still on the fence, if there's anything that we can do, by all means, you can reach out to us. And I want to thank you again for, just spending the time with us tonight. I appreciate it. I wish you all of the best of success here in 2021, 22, 23, all the years going forward. I know I'm being a little bit silly, but I really do. I really hope that you guys have success in your investing and your trading careers. So thanks once again. Stay safe out there in this era of coronavirus. Be the best that you can. And then we will see you guys all again in March for the live course. So take care, everybody, and have a great evening.